Hey, bud. Good morning. How you doing? How you doing, Prismatic Cloud? Welcome. You were in pretty quick. Bear with me a second. I'm just going to do a quick audio check on the stream. You were in pretty quick. Bear with me a second. I'm just going to do a quick audio check on the stream. You were in pretty quick. Fantastic. It's working. And I'm just sending a couple of messages. Just making sure that I sort of tell everyone come out and check out the last day. Uh, Need to check over the pull request that's been sent in as well. Right. So fix everything. Ask AI to fix everything. Oh, that's risky. That is absolutely risky. Hang on, bear with me a second. Let me actually get a script open because, as the script says for that, why are we going to have the curveballs now? I'm on the last stretch. I'm on the last stretch. Why are we going to have the curveballs now? Let me just quickly. Uh, I'm going to open the. Oh, which script would count as the one I was working? Fix everything is the script I'm working on. See, one of the things I find hilarious about this is the more you the more complicated an interaction of things you give it, the more it just blows the AI's mind and it just cannot even fathom what's going on. Like, I think this is why people who don't understand programming have an inflated sense of what AI can do. Because if I ask it to do it something trivially small, it'll do it great and it do it relatively quickly. Well, apart from this new feature that has just massively downgraded the AI. We'll get to that in a second. Okay, first thing open, and it's the thing I was working on previously. It's the player avatar demo code. I think, to be fair to it, I should give it the player UI because I was kind of working on them in tandem. So we want the player avatar demo, the player selector UI because I was working on those so paired. Let's be fair to the AI and we'll give it both scripts. Yeah, one of the if you ask it to do something genuinely complex, something that requires complex interactive components, it just falls apart. Every now and then I do a little experiment to I'm going to be hands off and do nothing and get AI to do everything. And I see how far I can get into an application. Recently I tried making a let's see if I can get this to show. Let's see if I can get this to show on camera. Or if it will show reasonably. Recently I tried making this as a little to-do list app. This was my Make It With AI project, right? And one of the critical features I made of this is that it does not use the cloud. It syncs with people that you've authorized as family members with local network discovery, right? And that can be either to the PC or to the other computer, so to somebody else's phone. Trying to get it to make a secure way to do that without it reverting to, oh, we'll do this by Google's login details. We'll give people Google, and they can just connect to Google's cloud or Apple's cloud or Samsung's cloud or Microsoft's cloud. And I'm like, no, we are not sending any information to the cloud. It is networked by design because it has shareable to-do lists. but it's to share with your partner or a colleague. And it couldn't grasp the fact that I wasn't trying to copy paste the standard way of doing things. And it just couldn't get past the basics. It kind of helped with the UI. The UI is very generic and boring, but it's meant to be generic and boring. So, and it took me. I spent about 3 days on it because I was taking some time off and just having an experiment. Because I do AI research, right? So occasionally I will take some time out. I do it like I do research for fun, and I was like, right, I'm just gonna have a play with it. So I kind of went, okay, well, I'm gonna give this a little bit more time, and a little bit more time, and a little bit more time, and eventually I just got annoyed with it and just took over. And bear in mind, the entire goal of that project was to see what AI can do. So when I'm saying I got annoyed with it, that basically means the project had gone as far as it could reasonably go, and it still could not do what I was asking it to do. You bear in mind as well, I've been a software developer for more than 20 years. To put that into context, when I say that, I've been being paid to write software for more than 20 years. I am somebody who can talk to it and guide it and give it technical how to do things, and it still could not get very far. And what I'm about to show you is part of that, because the feature that I'm about to have a bit of a rant about is the feature that I think caused most of the problem. But just let me double check. I wanted the player select UI and the player avatar demo. So player select UI, player avatar demo. I'm going to give it both files. And how did I phrase it in the redeem? It was just fix everything. Right. And that's it, right? That is entirely the point. Fix everything, right? Now, this thinking effort button is the bane of my existence, right? I hate this button. This button makes AI unusably stupid. And unusably, like basically, the more it thinks, the worse it gets. First off, it will take 5 full minutes to give me an answer, sometimes longer. One of my primary ways to use AI is like, I can't remember the formatting of how to do a simple thing, right? So I'll ask AI, okay, show me how to do this. And it'll show me the formatting, and then I can reinterpret that and use it in the more complex code I'm trying to do. Are you good? Thank you. I'm going to have a quick stretch. We're going to start with stretching. Excellent. Do you know what I should do? Oh, thank you for the subscribe button. Appreciate it. You know what I should do while I have a stretch? I'm going to hit enter, and then I'll continue ranting. Just watch how long this takes, right? Oh, appreciate the subscription. Hey, what? Has a 65-month streak? You have a 65? God damn. That's interesting how that counts. Because with me being active for so long, Twitch said that my affiliate had lapsed. So, good morning, are you good, by the way? But I haven't had an affiliate account for like 2 years. Like, maybe Twitch is being nice about that and is being like, here's your streak. We don't count the bit where you couldn't be subscribed. Okay? Okay, so let me continue ranting about this, right? It's still giving a response. It's still giving a response, look. Imagine if I asked it something simple like, oh, I'm writing in Python today and I usually work in C#. I don't remember the formatting for a print statement. Show me that. And it's going around in circles asking about like loads and loads of unnecessary bullshit. And this drives me nuts. And I find the only way to actually make this useful is to turn it off, is to reduce the thinking level. Now, if you reduce the thinking level down to medium, it's kind of manageable. But if you reduce the thinking level down to low, I find it's much better. Right, it's finally, get comfy in my seat again. It's finally given me a result. It says fix both Unity scripts. The main issues with the invalid find objects by type usage. Right, let's bring this up. I'm going to close the other scripts. I'm going to double check that I committed this to GitHub before putting the AI nonsense in. Making a commit before I trust AI. Description: never trust AI. Oh, I had a fantastic idea with AI this morning, by the way, guys. You tell me what you think of this. So, there's been a couple of court cases where an AI has said something and the court has found that the company has to be held liable for that, right? So just the same as if the information was incorrect on their website, or if one of their human agents gave it out, the company has been held liable for that. I think one was the one that I think got the most press was like an airline in Canada, I think. But there's been other places where they're like, the courts have found you're liable, right? If your AI says it, it doesn't matter if it's just the AI, you're still liable. So my idea from this was, whenever anybody's discussing AI code on the internet, so Reddit, Facebook, wherever anybody's discussing AI code, you put underneath, all AI code is open source, right? And if you see somebody say that, you respond with, that's a misconception. AI code is just not covered by copyright because it's AI written, and it's just by design copyright free. Now, that's not necessarily legally correct in either case. That's not the point. The point is that AI scrapes social media, particularly Reddit, to know how to answer questions, right? So if we start responding to AI discussions with AI with that dialogue, it's then going to train the AI to respond to, well, this code is open source, which many courts have already found that things the AI say the company is liable for. I have come up with a way, like the question becomes, how many people need to do this before AI adopts it, right? How many people need to do this before AI adopts it? Not sure on that. Having Alexa tell me to gamble, then gaslight me saying they didn't. No. Anyway, let's see how good the AI response. I'm going to blow this up a bit so you guys can read it yourselves if you want to. Fix both Unity scripts. The main issues with the invalid find objects by type usage and unsafe color selector event access. Lack of safety checks is probably fair. You bear in mind I'm prototyping at the minute. Correct current Unity find objects by type overload. Include inactive UI demo objects during matching. That's probably actually smart. Null safe event subscription and unsubscription. Validation for missing avatar, spawn label. These safety checks are like things I skipped because of prototyping, but they're probably actually good advice. Detection of duplicate player UI index assignment. No, that was the way it was by design. You like it doesn't. You don't need to detect a duplicate because you just don't detect that there's an like. Morning, bro. When it popped on, it was around 5. So yeah, you just. I did also finish early yesterday. My brain was going in circles on something, so I figured the best thing to do was just step away a little bit early, like reset my brain. And as intended, as soon as I stepped away and started to try and relax, my brain was like, "No, now you must do the task." And I like my brain filled in the gaps of what I was getting stuck on. Somebody, for you just coming in, for the benefit of those just coming in, somebody redeemed the Ask AI to just fix everything. So I have dropped 2 scripts into AI, and we're now going to see how good AI fix is. Right? Some of this is common stuff. This is completely unnecessary. Let me just look how I'd done that already, right? So for each, right? Now, for each, so when we find the UI and we're looking for them by player index, what we're doing here is it's possible to find one, and then if you find another one, it will assign the second one and remove the assignment to the first one. There's no need to double check. I mean, potentially it saves a tiny bit of performance, but we only keep one reference anyway, so we're only ever going to update one. So even if one is set incorrectly, having 2 that match doesn't matter. And that was intentional, and but we'll see how it's structured its replacement. Retry matching before possession. So that's another safety check. Safe blank white space player name handling. I mean, that's probably a good shout. Starting money is now inspector configurable instead of buried in the method. Where did I bury it? Look. Now, I'd hard-coded this because starting money here is right. It's made it inspector configurable. What it's done is made the assumption that I want to configure it. I don't want to configure it. There's going to be a feature later that gives us a negative starting money and then charges us money for... so basically you get to choose your weapon. You can have a choice of weapon, but each weapon costs a different amount. So you start with negative money in this game. Like the whole... The theme of the game is around like capitalism, making it so everyone's too poor to exist. You start with negative money, right? I'm not really leaning much into that for this 2 weeks because I'm focusing on building the functionality. Newly spawned avatars immediately receive the currently selected. They already do that. They literally already do that. Cleaner error message and field. I mean, that's probably fine. Let's have a look, though. Oh, don't give me this side bollocks. Okay. Oh, I accidentally changed the zoom level then. So, player select UI. Let's look at that one first. And I'm just going to paste it all in and hit save. And then you look at GitHub and see how much it's actually changed. Okay, me leaving private off these is intentional, but it's technically correct that it does this. I partly do this intentionally because it's just unnecessary to write. A variable that doesn't have a specified access modifier is private by default. when you're a new programmer, it's good practice, particularly to always write out the private, just so you're clearer on what it is, and you have to be thinking about, is it private? The second reason I deliberately leave it out is because AI always puts it in. I leave fingerprints in my code that I wrote them, and this is one of them. Player avatar demo. And color selector. Right, so it's just added. So it's moved the starting money there. That's fine. The rest is just adding private. Public int player. Okay, that is fine. That's unchanged. So color selector, it's changed to get and set. This is going to, if color selector is null, so this is lazy initialization. This is, if we haven't found it, we're going to attempt to find it again. I don't think this is necessary. My code for the color selector, we should be protecting against null at the other end of this. Just put everything. Please don't. Please don't. But AI often does. It surprised me that it's made them serialized fields, because one of the things that AI does that drives me up the wall is if you ask it for a basic script, it will make every field that you want in the inspector public. Right? It will make them public. And this annoys the hell out of me. Because it's really, really bad practice to make things. It's one of the things you drill into programmers from week one of learning programming. It is a bad idea to make things public. If you do not have a reason, you don't do it. And it has to be a good reason. And when they're brand new programmers, you go, okay, we'll elaborate on why later, because you need to focus on things like hello world now. But just remember, you do not make things public unless you have a damn good reason. It is unsafe to make things public. And if you see a programmer making things public when they and you question them, why is this public? And their answer is, I don't know, they're being reckless with their code. Okay, /rant. This essentially will attempt to find it, and if it still can't find it, it'll return null, as it already did. So that's fine. Now in awake, player avatar demo is get all avatar. Wait. Cache references. Right, so it's moved that to a separate script. And then update player layout. Let's look at cache references. So color selector equals. It's trying to do the same thing it did before. That's fine. Cache the player avatar demo. I'm going to just swap back to what I had. In awake, cache references. Do you know what I don't? I've just realized is I name that differently to what I usually do. And I don't like that. That bugs me. Oh, I already pasted its script in. Why am I trying to look at the old script? Hang on. Control Z. No wonder it's named differently. Okay, I would usually have called that find references, and this should be broken out. So I find objects by type, and then we search for each one. The AI find objects by type player avatar demo. Now it said it had fixed me not doing that correctly, and it's doing it. Cache player avatar demo. So player avatar demo equals null. All avatar demos is find object by type. It's going to include inactive. That's probably actually a good move. Sort mode is none. That's default, so that doesn't matter. And then for each, if, okay, so we're doing an early exit. That's not a terrible idea, but the way it was structured was kind of fine. Player avatar, if the player avatar demo is not null, found multiple. Okay, this shouldn't be. Realistically, this should exist, but it should be a warning, not an error, right? Because it will still function, but it needs to be a warning. So what this is saying, okay, this is behaving the same as it did before, look, because it sets it to null anyway, and then it sets it to the new one. So this is doing what it did before. It's just got some safety checks. It's not totally wrong with this. It's a good idea. It's not exactly the way I would have liked it done. So that's not horrendous. And then if color selector's null, could not find a UI color selector in its children. If player avatar demo is null, unable to find character designer. Okay, color selector, blah, blah, blah. Player label. If player label is null. Okay, so this is something I put in a lot of my scripts. This is what I usually label this sanity check. There are things that must be true in this script or set or within a range, but we're allowing them to be set outside of the range. I usually have a method that's like, check this is sensible, check this is sensible, check this exists, check this exists, check this exists. Obviously, because prototyping, I hadn't done that yet, and this is essentially doing that. Basically spit out a load of error logs if there's things are not configured. You know, like, you forget to assign something in the inspector and you press play and things work in a weird way and you don't get explicit error messages. This puts those explicit error messages, and when you click on the message, it will highlight the object. Again, I tend to do this, which begs the question, because I do use ChatGPT a lot. How much is it using the memory of the code I've put in it? That's an interesting thought. Anyway, so we don't play avatar demo. So possess player, if the player avatar demo is null, return. This is doing, if it's null, cache the player avatar. So it's essentially attempting to find it again. Now, I wanted to just skip. I probably should have given some further output, but I did want to just skip when it's null. No unique matching player avatar demo was found. UI color selector, that's fine. Enter name equals name input not equal to null. I mean, string.empty was the same as double quotations. Maybe it's a bit more explicit, but name equals, so it's building the name. Entered name equals dot trim, so that's just a safety check. Somebody puts a load of invalid symbols and stuff. That's not necessary in what I'm building, but it is safer. We should also probably output entered name dot trim to the box. So if we have cleaned it up any, the player sees their name in the same way we're storing it. So they'll know if they've put any unclean characters, we need to feed that back. Okay. Player avatar demo, possessed player, new player. Beyond that, this is minor. This one is actually not that bad. There is a few things outside of, like, not quite the way I'd have done it or missing a little bit of the intent. But if I... That's been saved. Let's actually hit play. Oh, hang on. This is the one where it said it had replaced... Oh, it said it had replaced my code with the correct code. I remember thinking when I read that, it's not going to have changed it for the correct code. Right. I used this. Find objects by type. It has replaced it with find objects by type and then... hang on. Is that spelt the same? Where are we? Find objects by type. Find objects by type is obsolete. Find objects by type with find object sort parameter has been deprecated. Use find objects by type or find objects by type T, find objects inactive instead. Instance ID. So what it's done is it's replaced it with a deprecated form, which I think reading the deprecation notice, all it's actually missing is the sort mode. So the sort mode is going away because it's unnecessary. But other than that, we'll forgive it. I'm going to hit play and we're going to see what happens. This is the question. Does it work? Because it worked last night. I'm going to put a name, Dave. These were only coded to come up in the console. So I'm going to possess the player. Player Dave has spawned. We're going to change the skin color. I'm going to change the armor color. I'm going to change the hair color. Okay, it works. So it does work. I'm not keeping it. I may come back and review it later. I'm not keeping it because I don't want to have to go through the bits that I need to change now. I don't have time. Let's look at its other script. Let's see what it did with the other one. I should have made this more points thinking about how long this takes, but it's kind of fun. Bear in mind, I've made a big point with this project to not use, none of what's gone in it has been AI written. I have occasionally looked up how to build a prototype of something in a prototype project, or just looked up an MVP sample, and then I've integrated something myself. So I've used it to learn how to do something and then just implemented it myself, or to double check syntax. But there's been, the rant I was having earlier about the... Oh my god, what happened there? The rant I was having earlier about how long it took to do its research. There's been a couple of times this week. There's been a couple of times reference of understanding. You're saying essentially, because I understand how it works, I'm just looking for a reference rather than looking for it to tell me how to do it. Yeah, there's been a couple of times this week where I've asked AI to show me some simple formatting, and while it's taking all the time, I've just tabbed into another tab and I'm looking through the docs, and I've been able to read the docs and find the answer faster than AI has given me something. And that just blows my mind with, you get all these AI bros are like, oh, AI can do everything for us. Right, let's see what it's done to the player avatar demo. It's like, no, AI cannot just do everything for us. Okay, so it's done the same thing. It's just made them private. Player select UI, demo avatar, yeah. It's saved the color selector and it's saved it's tracking if the color event is subscribed to. Oh, that's interesting. There was a bit I put down because of network join that I might have to change where it subscribes to the event. So tracking it is probably a good answer. Did it give us a spit out of an explanation? No, I wish it had separated these by class. So in Awake, it's just moved everything down to cache references again, which is fine. So on enable, it's moved it to subscribe to color changes. This is probably because it's going to do this in on network spawn, which is what I discussed about doing yesterday. So void update color, it's removed that. Okay, probably just because it's moved further down. Oh, that's a lot of new code. That is a lot of new code. Right, I'm going to show you something now of why I single line stuff a lot, right? When you've got a lot of code like this, so when you have an if statement, what an if statement does is it runs the thing that is directly after the if statement. So it's not, you don't actually need the curly brackets here. The curly brackets are a code block, right? Now, the if statement says, if this is true, run the next thing, right? If the next thing is a code block, it'll run the whole code block. If it's just one thing, it will only run that thing. So quite often when you have early exit conditions, it's actually a lot cleaner to just write them on one line like this. Now, I know some programmers hate this with a passion. They really hate this. But I do it a lot because particularly when you've got a long piece of code like this and you've got lots of conditions that are if something do one thing, if something do one thing, if something do one thing, especially if those things are the same or kind of slight variations of the same thing, it's actually a lot more readable if you don't break it into multiple lines, and then you get more code will fit on the screen, and you can use that extra white space to break things up with white space into like sensible blocks. Like this, look. If like when you're doing an early exit like this, where all you're doing is a return, just put it on one line. It's when you're writing code for beginners, you tend to always put the brackets because they don't have to get confused about what's the difference in the brackets. But I think partly, so I tend to do that when I'm talking to beginners as well, but I'm like, when you get to a high level, like you should be able to understand the if runs the thing after the if. Doesn't have to be an entire code block. Anyway, slash rant. When done. Oh, cancel. My handbrake has finished. Excellent. I'll close that. It was just offering to shut down Windows because that's the way I had it set last night. Beautiful. I'll upload that in a bit when I go when I take a break. I mean, this is way longer. And you know what? I'm just gonna hit play, and we're gonna see what happens. Hey, Ams, we're doing good. How are you? See, what you've done there, Prismatic Cloud, is you've assigned Trust AI to Big Mundi. Do you code much? Do you know what I mean by do you know the difference in formatting of assignment versus comparison? Okay. I can still write my name. I mean, it still works, right? it still works. Let's possess a player. Okay, it didn't horribly butcher it. It's done a couple of things. It's done a couple of things not the way I would have liked, but that's fine. What I'm going to do is I don't want to trust the AI, and I want time to go through this. And it's important to me that this project is entirely human written. So I'm going to undo those changes. But where it gives me download both as zip, I'm going to put this in my Twitch downloads folder, and I'm gonna go through and I will look at that properly later and see if there is anything that I actually maybe want to keep. I don't think so. There are some safety checks that I was already going to put in anyway, but it'll work as a nice like to-do list. But you notice how when the AI gave me the code, I didn't just copy paste it. I went through it line by line. Right? You got halfway through C++ game dev thing, then my PC corrupted and I gave up. Your problem was starting with C++. It's a low-level language. It does a lot of extra things and makes you jump through a lot of extra hoops. That is one of its strengths. We're doing a lot of stretching. A lot of stretching today. Thank you, AMS. If you're going to learn from scratch, you want to learn Python or C#. Which means if you're learning in game dev, you learn Unity, because that uses C#, or you learn Godot, because even though it's not actually Python, it's something called GScript, largely Python-based with a little bit of Lua. So if you actually want to learn game dev, start with one of those. It'll allow you to focus on learning the principles of programming without like dealing with some of the more complex things that you don't really like need on a day-to-day, like dealing with your own garbage collection or memory references, or what happens if I have a 10-element array and I try to access the 11th element. In most languages, you'll either get an error or it'll do nothing. In C++, it goes off the end of the array and just returns whatever data was in that space in memory. Because why wouldn't it? But the way an array is stored in memory, it says like, here's the position that we start at. Here's how long each element is. So you might have one that's 8 bytes. You might want to have 4 bytes, whatever. So when you go to read memory, you're like read the 4th item and it's 4 bytes long. You're like, right, start from the 16th byte. So if you ask it for the 11th member of a 10-element array, it will still try and read at element 11. You might get some weird nonsense. The C++ gives you the power to blow your leg off. That power can be a massive advantage. But you might also blow your leg off. Right. So, let's just make sure I'm at a sensible place. I'm going to have a quick look at the to-do list. Google Drive. But you notice with that, let me finish the thought I was having as well with assignment. So the code you wrote, I'm gonna actually write this out. Because I like teaching people about code, I'm gonna actually put that in. I'm gonna zoom in. I'm actually gonna write it in here, right? So player Big Mondi. I'm gonna do bool. Hang on. Object This is some nonsense. Object, trust AI. Right. So you see how this is getting an error now? The difference, the single equals means assign this value to this. So it's trying to put that object there. The double equals means compare them. Says, are they the same? Are they the same thing? Are these equal to each other? And then return a Boolean. So this will give me a true or false. Whereas the single equals will assign the value on the right to the value on the left. Does that make sense? Right, let's go back to normal size. And then I'm going to quickly pull up the to-do list. Play for freedom. I need to actually think up a name. I don't know if you guys caught the thing I put on Discord earlier. I got added as a Steamworks partner. Like you have to go through an application process, and that got accepted this week. So sometime over the next few days, I'm going to put a Steam store page up for this game. Work out how much I want to do before I make an early access, like ultra early access build, and then release it. Right. So I'm going to move that to here. Multiple players. I might actually just bench that for now because that requires reworking something. If we end up reworking it, so what we want is network game loop. Let's define that a little. Remake the lobby screen. Move from lobby to level 1. Now, in a normal local game, that's trivial, and I already have that written, but it doesn't work on the network. When I'm migrating from one level to another at the moment, it just, like, whoever gets to the door gets out, everybody else gets left where they are. It's not managed by the server, and then we are move from death/win to game summary. I actually don't have a game summary screen, but that's less of an issue. So remake the lobby screen is part of what we need to do. Like, all of this is part of the getting the lobby working. So let's get cracking on that. One is yes, no, the other is give it a hug. Kinda, yeah. It's something that a lot of programmers miss, because they miss the double equals, because they don't get that the equals and double equals don't mean the same thing. It's one of these things, like when you start programming, there are lots of very specific rules that you just have to learn them all, and it makes learning any programming principles quite difficult early on, because there's so much information overload of all these little rules. One of the things I think you should do if you actually want to be a genuinely amazing programmer is, once you've got to quite an advanced level, you go back and you do a beginner course in another programming language. And what a lot of people do is they try and speedrun that then. Don't speedrun it. You go and do the beginner course and you do it properly. You do all of it. Now, at that point, you're not struggling with information overload anymore, because you already know how to program. A lot of the common things that are common between languages, things like what are classes, what are variables, they go in like that because you've already done it. So what you're going to pick up from the course, from the new course, is not those very obvious things that you would learn. It's all these little things in between that didn't sink in well the first time. You think you understood, but you didn't quite. And those things will make you a much, much better programmer. it means you can start to do things much faster as well, because you do things a lot more reflexively when you've done that, rather than having to stop and think. You'll notice a big chunk of the time I'm spending during this week is to stop and think, because I've added a load of curveballs to this to do things in ways I'm not familiar with. And those things take time. Whereas when I built a few weeks ago, I built a functionally complete Doom game in less than 2 hours. Because I used everything that I already had installed and I'm already familiar with. When I say functionally complete, I mean literally the functionality, like ability to walk around a level, shoot enemies, and enemies run at you and kill you. There was no levels design, there was no art assets. It was pure functionality. Right, so first thing we're going to do is the lobby screen. This means conceptually changing what our player is on the network, because at the moment we don't have a network on the character select screen. Network is going to go on the bootstrap scene, and the bootstrap scene is going to spawn the other scene asynchronously. And what we do is we keep the bootstrap scene around. It'll have the music player on. It'll have the game manager on. It'll be responsible for loading and unloading the other things. It'll have the network manager. That's less of a problem. What we need is the UI for the network manager. So what I'm going to do is I want to get the network manager built first. Actually, you know what? Let's do it properly from the start. So we've got our bootstrap scene. What I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate the bootstrap scene, and I'm going to rename one of it level 1, right? Because to make sure we're doing everything right, the easiest way to start separating bootstrap and level 1 is to just additively load level 1. And let's start removing the things that shouldn't be in the bootstrap, and then we'll set it so that when the bootstrap... Our very first sort of MVP for this is when the bootstrap loads, just load level 1. Right? You know, one thing I wish someone made a remake of, like Guitar Hero Clone Hero, but for DJ Hero. I never played DJ Hero. That's the one with like the mixing decks, right? I don't think that quite ever got the same community. I'm sure somebody would... I'm not familiar enough with that game to think through what would be required to actually build that, but that's kind of interesting. You're making me want to get on a tangent now, because one of my previous projects, I'm going to show it in the list. I'm not going to open it because it'll have to recompile. You see this project that says music? Somebody said to me a few years ago, you can't mathematically convert music to sequences. It's impossible. And just to frame the context of that a little, if you've got simple music, it's easy to do, right? And there have been AI tools that will do it for a long time. I wanted to do it with complex overlapping music. So, for example, if you have a drum beat, you can very easily just detect the time codes of when the drum is hit and convert that into a time sequence, and now you have a digital representation of that drum beat in a really easy way. You don't replicate the sound, and you don't get the detail in the sound. You just get what time code is the drum beat, and then you play the drum beat. Trouble is, when you put an actual music track together and there's potentially, like, let's say you've got, I don't know, something with 2 or 3 guitars, it's like, how do you extract those moments and convert them into essentially an event sequence so that you could you could essentially take music and convert it into a Guitar Hero song, because a Guitar Hero song is just an event sequence, right? And there are some games that have done this in a very simple way, but the problem is when you want to get like the individual the individual instruments, and you want to pull things out, say drum versus vocals versus guitar, that's much harder to do. And what I did with this project is it was an attempt for me to build a system that would filter, not using AI, just using audio filtering tools, to filter and build an event sequence, a multi-dimensional event sequence, because you've got multi-dimensional, like multiple instruments, based on the music. And it works. How accurate it is of picking out one instrument versus another is very, very debatable. And I didn't implement it into a game yet. It's just literally an event sequence. But I keep thinking of it like I need an idea of what game to implement that in. Because it means you could just load any audio file and you would get a different sequence. If you wanted to, you could just do an audio recording of you yelling and it would create some events. Or you could walk down the street with a sound recorder and... Oh, we're going to get a lot of these today, I feel. We're going to get a lot of these today, but thank you, guys. I might spin my seat back round to face the desk rather than having my feet up, because focus mode. Yeah, so you could walk around, just get any audio file and load it in, and it would pull events. And I need to come up with something that I can really show off the flexibility of how the events were calculated. Interprets them in a creative way. The trouble with me is I'm much better at the technical challenge. Creative one. Like, you give me something that everybody says is impossible, there's a good chance I'll figure out a way to do it. You ask me then to use that tool in a creative way, that takes me a lot longer to work out how to do. Right. Okay, right, so level 1. This should essentially be exactly the same thing. So volume profile, I think that's part of the lighting. So main level lighting come out. Arena geometry, arena camera, network manager, game manager, event system, music can stay there. Network manager, game manager, event system, there. So if I save both of those, realistically, if I load the game manager now, that's interesting. I have music twice because it was part of my original template, but I'm not changing the way things are done. If I load this now, and it mimics. This is essentially mimicking if I just loaded Bootstrap and then additively loaded level 1. So let's do that. Right, controller. It works. Double check we don't have any errors. Cannot play a disabled audio source. That's on the project, that's fine. Dave now has 1,000. Let's clean up that old error log, or that old debug log. Save. Right, so that works. Next point is to edit the level manager. So step 1 is split Bootstrap and level 1. commit push. Right, level manager. The level manager is going to need a reference to the bootstrap scene. So on awake, find the singleton. Right, we're going to want a static. That should be public. Yes, it should. Yes, it should be accessed from everywhere. Right, so we want on the level manager a static scene bootstrap scene. Then in on awake, I'm gonna do put it down here. We'll do. I'm trying to make sure that pretty much everything here is part of the bootstrap, and as much as possible is static. You notice this is static, this is static, this is static. Everything is static except awake. So I'm going to do void store bootstrap reference. I'm going to do if I can remember how to do this, scene manager dot get active scene dot I want the name dot name equals bootstrap. We're gonna do bootstrap scene. Make sure our camel case is correct. Bootstrap scene equals scene manager dot get active scene. Right, so what this is going to do, it's going to store the bootstrap scene there. Now I'm going to put a debug.log. We'll do that with $. Bootstrap scene name stored as, then we're going to use the variable bootstrap scene dot name. So essentially check it and then echo it back to me in a way that will error if it hasn't stored it. This will give a null reference if it hasn't stored it. And we're checking that we've got the correct name, right? So in instance, do store bootstrap reference. Is bootstrap one word or two? Need to find some Lone Hero, mainly because I never got to enjoy it with Guitar. I know that feeling. I want a set. In fact, I want a set with all the original Guitar Hero games. I've got most of them, and I have a couple of guitars. I just don't have a drum kit. I loved the Guitar Hero games. I'm not even that big into music, but I loved the Guitar Hero games. And my other half is really into music. Right, I'm going to hit play. Now, this is only going to run when there's an instance of the level manager. I should put an extra protection here in case we run it and we're not actually in the bootstrap scene. I don't want to leave this debug or it'll just error. And then I'm just gonna hit play, and we should get in the log bootstrap scene name stored as bootstrapscene.net. It should just say bootstrap. I've never actually played Clone Hero. I'm tempted to. I'm not sure how much I'm bothered about all the extra stuff because of the fact that I'm not that big into music. I just quite like the original game. Right, bootstrap scene stored as bootstrap, so that's fine. The reason we're storing a reference to it is because we need to check when we're doing additive loading, and we want to conditionally load different scenes. So if there isn't a if there isn't a if we don't have the bootstrap already, because it's required for every level, we need to be able to manage that. So for now, you'll notice I've got a lot of these load main menu, load options. These are all kind of fine, except the ones that load actual levels. So load first level is kind of synonymous in this context with start game. I think we can skip the music manager reset. I don't think we actually care about that too much. I'm just trying to think through which of these I necessarily need. Um, let's start by putting one in for the bootstrap scene. So public static void load bootstrap. And that's going to be the only one that's an actual level that we want to be that's the only one that's an actual level that we want to be that we don't want to be async. Now load first level. We're going to do bool recreate bootstrap equals false. Now, on all the ones that I make asynchronous, I'm going to add this. And the reason I'm going to do this is how you, if you want to reset the game state, if you want to recreate if you want to reset the game state, because the game state is stored in the bootstrap, we do this, right? Ever had any lessons about how music, gameplay, about or how you want people while playing? It's kind of been mentioned, but it's one of those things. Kind of, it's so far out the scope. Bear in mind, like Stephen's course was the art course, mine was the programming course. That kind of, it's one of those where it's kind of its own category. You'd do a bit if you were doing a design course. And we touch on it because we have to do some design. Oh, it's absolutely important. Absolutely. Right, so our first step is if recreate bootstrap or bootstrap scene is null, let's rework this slightly because I have to do this in a coroutine. So I'm going to do unedited load level async. I'm going to do the same. I'm going to bool recreate bootstrap in that one. False. Load level async. Why are we unhappy? It hasn't got a yield yet. I'll tell you that before it pops up. So I'm going to do if. I'm going to do the bootstrap nonsense here. If recreate bootstrap or bootstrap scene equals null, we're going to load bootstrap. I am going to put this in brackets. I'm not 100%. What the hell did that do to my bracket? Not 100% where I want the loop here. So while true. I'm going to come back to that in a second. Yield return new wait for I'm going to do fixed update. Now, what I really want is just the next frame, but fixed update is the next physics frame. I'm going to do that because if it does get stuck in the loop, it's going to be in fact, we want load trap for that. If it does, it's just going to suck up a little bit less performance. I'm going to do here yield return null. That's going to wait one frame. I'm doing that because I want to make sure that the scene is actually finished loading and the other one's unloading. I want to give it a chance to sort of initialize everything. And then we're going to do scene manager dot I think there's a loaded. There's a finished loading. Bootstrap scene dot is loaded equals false. So what we're going to do is we're going to we tell it to load the bootstrap scene, and then we just sit here until it's right. Bootstrap scene's loaded. We want a timeout. Float timeout. I'm going to make this a constant part. Const float loading timeout on all capitals. Loading timeout. Yet you never create a loop that will just go on. Let's make it 30F. you never make a loop that will go on forever without putting some sort of way to drop it out. Timeout equal. Hang on. So what do I call this? Timeout exit time equals time dot time. It's not time dot time. It's unscaled time plus loading timeout. The reason I'm using unscaled time is because the game is paused or anything like that. If you like, while the loop is going, the loop will just carry on going because the time doesn't progress. Right, so then we're going to do this. Or time dot time unscaled time is greater than timeout exit time. And since I'm waiting for fixed update, we'll change that to unscaled delta time, and we'll change this one to unscaled delta time. Oh, sorry. I'm thinking per frame, and I'm getting all over the place. Unscaled time is fine, right? That's fine. So this will sit here for either 30 seconds or until when Bootstrap is loaded. I'm going to rename this because it overlaps with scene management naming, and I don't like that. I just want to avoid that. I'm going to move that outside of the Bootstrap. Actually, I'm going to. Right, we're going to do it like that. So I'm doing it this way. I'm doing this outside because what if I somewhere trigger loading the Bootstrap scene and then separately trigger loading another level? Potentially, it's possible that the Bootstrap scene is loading, but it's not null. In which case it would skip this, and I don't want it to skip this. But we do still want to check that it's actually loaded. Oh, hang on. I need to flip this. This is dangerous. Getting while loops wrong. I don't want an or, because if I had an or, imagine if the Bootstrap is loaded, it's true, so we want it to exit, but time to unscale time has already gone past the exit time. If it's an or, it will then just never exit. So this is saying unscale time must be less to continue the loop, and loaded is false. Continue the loop. Okay, that's fine. And then load news level async is going to do scene manager dot load scene async. I'm just going to do, for the moment, level 1. I'm going to come back and we'll change that in a second. So new load level async is string level name. Bring that down to their load scene level name. I'm going to store static scene current scene. So we load level async. And we go, and that returns, please tell me that returns the scene as well. It does not. What overloads do we get? Load scene parameters. Name, build it. We can load by name or build index. Okay, I need to look up. How do I get? So Unity, if I load a scene async, is that I want to store the scene. Oops. So I can do things with it. Scene manager dot get scene by net get scene by name level name. Right, that works. So we're going to do current scene equal. We keep track of that because get active scene. I'm going to do debug.log current active scene before load async. And we're going to do, got the $, scene manager dot get active scene dot name. I'm going to put one with current active scene after load async. And then we're going to do another wait loop. And instead of bootstrap scene, we're going to do current scene is loaded. We're going to reset the timeout exit time before we do that. So each scene load has its own timeout. Should also debug dot if time dot unscaled time is greater than or equal to timeout exit. Debug.log error timed out while loading bootstrap loading bootstrap scene. This is not a static, and it needs static. And I'm going to do exactly the same error. There. Found out while loading scene. I'm going to do... I should make this $1 actually, and we'll do current scene dot name. I'll make this one loading scene. I'll make it the same. I don't need to use the variables, but I'm going to just to make it consistent. Bootstrap scene dot name. Right, so that'll give us a little bit of feedback if we actually have an error. And then we're also going to do a else bootstrap scene dot events is it scene manager dot active scene change. I think that's the one we're going to want. Unity event scene loaded. Scene loaded dot invoke. I think that's already invoked, right? I think that's already invoked. We don't actually need to subscribe to that. Right. Load new level async. So we want to trigger that in store bootstrap reference. Done that. I'm just trying to think the best way to make this load something as like to automatically trigger load new level async. Should probably do all this reset nonsense as well. That's just first level though. So that's going to be basically I'm going to remove the scene manager.load scene in the for load new scene async, load level async, load new level async, and it's going to be level 1. We're not loading the bootstrap scene directly anymore. We're calling load the scene. And I didn't put a level 2. Right, so that's fine. Level 1, bootstrap. So if we try to load a level and there's no bootstrap scene already, I need to unload scene after the bootstrap. Let's split this up. Static enumerator. on validate bootstrap. This is the one where we'll also pass boolean recreate bootstrap and move I need to double check how I did this because I had in my procgen, because normally you want I enumerators to, like, they'll run in, like, when they hit one it will just move on. I'm going to open my procgen and double check the formatting of how I did that, because in that it doesn't actually move on until the next one is finished. Treats them like almost like normal methods. So validate bootstrap becomes terrain generator that. Now that skipped to there. Procgen system, terrain generator. There we go. Right, yield return slow text update. Hang on. Okay. Right, it's yield return generate and then the next method. Okay. Thought it was something like that. So we're going to do, I'm going to just do yield break, make that valid for the moment. This one is going to be yield return validate bootstrap recreate bootstrap. Then I'm going to remove all the bit that's about validating the bootstrap, and we're going to place that in there. Just do yield break now. I'm just thinking about the logic in this, that I would probably want to throw up a loading screen while this is happening. I'm also thinking the reason I've done yield break instead of yield return is I think, let's just check this. Yield return, I think, when I was testing this on the by default they'll yield break and yield return null will essentially always end up making you wait for one frame anyway. But I think this is where the definition got me confused when I first read them, because I got the impression if you yield break, it will essentially continue execution wherever it came from. But when I tested it in practice, it actually like waited a frame. That's not really going to matter because at this point we throw up loading screen. So validate bootstraps there. Notice the timer exit time's getting upset. That's fine because but I'm going to do it separately. So static enumerator do level load pass the level name basically I'm going to pass all of that there. So it's basically doing the same thing, although I'm going to redefine that. Normally I pre-allocate variables that are used like in lots of different cycles, but it's a float. It's not repeatedly used. It's fine. So yield break. Level name. Where's that even used? Oh, I need to do that still. Later down, it just uses currency. So here we get the scene by name, load it asynchronously, wait for it to finish loading. We don't even necessarily need to wait till it's finished loading. We could break that out into listening for the scene management dot loading complete event. Right, and the reason I've separated this, hang on, yield turn do level load level name yield turn is we're also going to do if current scene is not equal to null. I'm going to do scene manager dot unload scene async current scene. So if there's already one set, we're going to unload it. Now, what I want to manager dot get all scenes, that's going to give me an array. Oh, that's deprecated. I'm typing it out because it usually says what we want to. Dot scene count. I wish that was more explicit because it's implied that that means the number of scenes loaded. But is it? It could mean the scenes like pushed with the game. I'm just going to put to do add more validation for scene not loaded. Create bootstrap. What we should do as well, if we are recreating the bootstrap, don't we necessarily want, we're doing a full reset. So scene array, all scenes equals scene manager dot hang on, what did it tell me to use instead? Scene count. Do static void close all scenes, and I'm going to do int count equals manager dot scene count, and for int I 0 less than count I plus plus scene manager dot get scene at I dot index. So int build index equals, and then we get scene manager dot unload scene async build index. So if we're doing a if we're forcing the reset of the bootstrap, we want to force clearing anything. So if we are creating bootstrap, also unload scene reset game state. So this is so forcing the reset is essentially I want a clean slate, whether that be return to title screen, whether that be return to lobby. It's like I want to reset everything. Summary. Not that I want to do. I want load new level async. Okay, so this does. I've already added the validation, so that's fine. You remember what I said earlier about single line? So we're going to do that. So validate the existing wrap and load if needed. Second, unload the current if one is already loaded. Third, load the new. Now, that should work if I call from the menu load bootstrap. I'll need to make sure everything's in the order, but all I need now is if I'm loading from somewhere that's just the bootstrap. So we'll do void start, do if scene manager dot scene count equals 1, or rather is not 1, return. I'm going to put this in its own void actually. Static void hang on. When I'm playing from editor, I'm loading with everything started. Force load debug in editor. So force load in editor only load when one scene. Bootstrap if scene manager dot get active scene dot name not equal to bootstrap. I'm not liking the fact that I'm repeating variables here. Return const string bootstrap scene name equals bootstrap scene bootstrap just to protect against like mistyping it. Frankly, if you've got any variables, they should be like either they should be pulling from a configuration management somewhere, or they should be in constants at the top. Right. So this returns if we've got more than one scene loaded, because that would be a case where we've manually put the scenes in. It returns if we're not on the bootstrap scene. And then in other cases, we're going to do load new level async. And this is where I don't like the fact const string level 1 scene name equals level 1. He mistyped it there. Level 1 scene name. And this is in a case where we're already on the bootstrap, so we don't need to pass the thing to reset the bootstrap scene. Probably when we're validating bootstrap, close all scenes. That's interesting because it's close it and then reopen it, but I can live with that. That's a if you've fucked up and got to do something. Load new scene async. Debug.log bow. Just .log. Detected only bootstrap scene loaded. Loading fault level 1. This will gain app clarity. Maybe I could do in my validation, like in the unload all scenes. Don't unload the bootstrap. Because we've added a specific hang on. Did we add a specific that should be load scene. Shouldn't be calling that method. That should be all of these need replacing with. Yeah, okay. So if I call load the bootstrap specifically, it will load, detect that it'll load an instance of the level manager. Which it then does force load in editor. Of course, I'm going to make this if Unity editor if make the start include that as well. There we go. I think that Tyler's happy with that. So when we're at runtime, if we load just the bootstrap scene, it was intentional. We assume it was intentional. We don't have the sort of recreate loop. Just to think, would this get us stuck in an actual recreate loop? No, because uh, gonna step. Heck, wait. We create the bootstrap scene. That's going to get rid of. That's going to break the. Creating a new bootstrap scene breaks the instance. So when we need to make sure close all scenes doesn't close the bootstrap. So if hang on. If scene manager dot get scene by build index dot name is equal to bootstrap scene. Continue. So what we're doing there is saying, look, if it's the bootstrap scene, don't close it, skip it, because we need that. We'll specifically do so invalidate bootstrap. So then afterwards we're going to do if recreate bootstrap I need to review this. Bootstrap scene equals right. Let me think about that because it occurred to me that depending on the load order, it could quite often be null and then end up in a boot loop. So instance is null. If the instance is null, store bootstrap reference. So if we're destroying the particular, let me put that at the top. The rest of the variables. I need to be mindful of. Yeah, let's put it in on disable. On disable. Instance or on probably on destroy. On destroy, instance equals null. And bootstrap C null. Bootstrap scene cannot be null. Well, what is it when it's first created? How is it? Okay, maybe we manage this differently. I still need to destroy the instance on destroy. Need to make sure it's not attaching to an instance anymore. If it cannot be null, maybe I store them as names. There's got to be okay. When loaded, but stays failed by scene is a struct value type, not a class. It cannot be null. It's scene dot is valid. What? So we just assign the default value. Right. So in on destroy, do bootstrap scene equals default. Have a quick look if see what the data structure. Loading state UID. Yeah, this is quite long. I'm not going to go through everything, but yeah, I get the point. So our null checks won't work. So we want to do, instead of bootstrap scene equals null, the one, bootstrap scene dot is valid. Oh, hang on. It was equals null, is essentially is not valid. So we want and not valid. Unload scene. So in here, so we do now we can do if recreate bootstrap, unload loads and bootstrap scene dot is valid. Scene manager dot unload scene async bootstrap scene. Right. Autocomplete's working today. What's going on? So we're going to do the bootstrap scene separately. We ignore it in the close all scenes. Then we load the bootstrap. If the bootstrap is the only bootstrap, it sets the instance and if it is the bootstrap scene, it stores it in the bootstrap reference. The reason we're making that conditional is if for whatever reason during testing the level manager is placed on another level, We don't want it to just always store the bootstrap. Okay, I think that's going to work. Right, let me double check the logic here. So our load first level, what we should be calling from the character select screen, if I select the button, session panel, UI, start game, which just calls level manager.load first level. Level manager.load first level resets the music manager. It's the only case where I'd like the music gets reset. Load level async. So first off, we're validating the bootstrap. That's fine. I think we're fine. So if I load the menu and I hit load first level, it's going to do some shenanigans with the music manager. Then it's going to load the first level. Since it doesn't have a bootstrap, it's going to load one. I think we want to make that async as well. This should be explicitly load the bootstrap scene. This should be load it async. So scene manager dot load scene async bootstrap scene. So when we attempt to load, if we don't have a bootstrap, we'll create one. Bootstrap scene is set in store bootstrap reference. That's fine. That's static, so it's like once it's the level's created, we're fine. Yield return null, blah 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 blah. That's fine to be just load scene. That's fine to be just load scene. Once we've validated, we're just waiting for it to finish loading. Find out while loading scene. That's fine. Then we're if we are recreating bootstrap, also unload. There won't be any that'll skip to it. Then we'll just load the bootstrap. Yield return null will give it the one frame it needs for the bootstrap scene to actually create its own reference. this is where I'm questioning whether that will happen fast enough. But I believe coroutines execute after. If I do Unity, so awake runs first, way before coroutines. They even run after update, so it will have set the reference. So assuming we wait 1 frame, the awake will run. That reference gets set. If we get a null reference here, we'll figure that out. Right, I'm going to hit play. How do I get an object reference is null? Just opening the editor. Ooh. Okay. That's going to time out. That's load new level async. Load first level. Was that to actually load? That does do load first level. Well, that's not very promising. Come out of attach the editor. Play. Back to that error. Manager not null. Right, load new level async. Tell me, hang on. Level manager, load new level async. I'm just put the breakpoint there and hit play. Oh, I just realized what I did. I've done something dumb. A start start coroutine. An object reference is required for the non-static field. Ah, okay. Coroutines. I'm just getting my legs up again because comfortable. Okay. An object reference is required for a non-static field, method, or property. Can I do something crazy like game object coroutine carrier this sounds silly. Mono behavior start coroutine enumerator. Public void, static void, method. Static void, blah, blah, blah. Example 2. Yes, 1. Okay, let me copy paste this error. Fantastic. We still, in 2026, we don't support copy paste. So in what I'm thinking is I can just spawn the level manager. So create a game object, make the game object don't destroy on load, add the component coroutine, we add a component iron private static my coroutine. Right, so we need to make it private static level manager coroutine runner. Coroutine runner, and I'm going to do private level manager coroutine runner equal instance. Hang on, we're going to do private static. Doesn't need to be private, it already is. Does not exist in the current context. Level manager We'll make that a get return we do instance not equal to null, return instance. Otherwise, return coroutine runner. Could I just wrap the entire safety check inside here, the creation of the coroutine runner inside here? I think that actually makes sense. So if instance not equal to null, return instance. So else if coroutine runner is not equal to null, return coroutine runner. And then otherwise we're going to do coroutine runner equals new game object coroutine runner hang on, game object go dot let me double check the formatting for this. Dot add component level manager. I'm going to have to add an extra protection because this is going to run its own awake. So we're going to add the component. We also go don't destroy on load. Go. And then we're going to return coroutine runner. Does add component actually return for us? It does. So we're just going to return there. Okay. So what this does, return the if we try to access the coroutine runner, we return. Why is that unhappy? Oh, we're missing a bracket. If we try to use the coroutine runner, we first return the instance because that's a valid place to put it. After that, we return the coroutine runner if there's already one. If new expression can be simplified, yeah, we can do that. If there isn't already a coroutine runner, we create one. Now, trick is if instance equals null, and then we do if this is not equal to coroutine runner, instance equals this. Oh, hang on. We don't want to do any of that. We don't want to store the bootstrap reference either. We want to do if coroutine runner equals this, return. Just if the object only exists to carry a coroutine, don't store the instance. We're going to let the one that's deliberately created as part of the level be the one that gets put in the instance. And then when we do an instance equals this, if we have an instance, destroy any coroutine runners, the instance will be used instead. So if coroutine runner is not equal to null, I'm going to do coroutine runner equals null, and we're going to do destroy coroutine runner dot game object. So we destroy the game object. Now that gets queued to the end of the frame. Then we set it to null explicitly so that it hasn't got hanging reference. I think it being destroyed would make it null anyway. And then down here, what we can do is double check the formatting of this. When we get start coroutine, we'll do, hang on. Static coroutine. So we'll do coroutine runner dot start coroutine. So that will attach, if we've got an instance, that will attach to the instance. If we don't have an instance, it will create a game object. So this is just a wrapper to be like, use the instance if we've got one. And it's sort of self-healing in the fact that if what it needs isn't there, it will create it. And then later it remanages it. Actually, it's just occurred to me that I could put the self-healing of this bit inside it. Yeah, let's do that. I'm going to do that. If coroutine runner is not null, there we go. So it's all self-contained inside the coroutine runner. That way we can keep the awake a little bit more standard. Okay, so I'd forgotten to make it a coroutine. That's fixed. Do level load That's in a yield. Level load async. There are two references. Where's the other one? There. So that also needs a coroutine runner dot start coroutine. Okay, I think that'll work. I'm also going to close the project. I don't need open anymore. While I've got two projects open as well, I'm just going to have a quick look at. Actually, I've only got one. I've just closed it, but I'm going to have a look at how much RAM we need. I'm going to highlight this now because wrong window. I'm going to highlight this now because I'm constantly debating this with people. Right? There's this myth that for game dev, you need a lot of RAM, like regardless of what you're using, right? Now, it's true. If I check the performance tab, I'm using over 20 gigabytes of memory, right? It's fairly like it's always 2/3 full, right, or more. If I check how much the processors are actually using, and I'm looking at Unity specifically, the Unity hub uses 120 megabytes. There's some licensing stuff here, crash handlers. These are all trivial amounts of RAM lock. Just between these ones, they add up to about 50. Node.js, JavaScript runtime. I don't know why that's there. IL LPP runner. That's 120. That's fine. That's tiny. But then the editor instances themselves, it's got 3 processors open in the background, totaling less than 4 gigabytes of RAM. Right? And this is a project with assets loaded. Like, I could probably load all of my scenes and we're going to be less than 5. This is runtime as well. This is like, at runtime, this is built and running. And I'm constantly getting into these debates of, 16 gigabytes isn't enough memory. It's because people who don't understand how memory works, they open Unity and then they check the performance tab and go, oh, look, I'm using more than 20 gigabytes of RAM. So I need like 20 gigabytes to be able to run Unity. They don't understand that most of my memory is just consumed by Windows background tasks, one of which is Superfetch, which loads things you might need into memory. What it's doing is it's loading all the games I regularly play into memory. It's loading all the applications I regularly play into memory. Now, it'll free that up if it needs it. But it's just preloading it in case I need it. This is one of the features I really hate about Windows as well, because, like, if you go back to the time of, like, rotational hard drives, where it took forever to load anything substantial into memory, it, like, back when people used to have to go and get a cup of tea while they turned their PC on, this was a great feature, because by the time you'd made your cup of tea, it preloaded everything you need. So if you open Word, it's much faster. Nowadays, when we've got NVMe drives where even the slow ones are 3 gigabytes per second, you're not really saving much time. And I think that for a long time now, since we've been on NVMe, the overhead in managing that memory and the performance downside of that overhead is actually like the cost of doing that actually exceeds what you're saving. I usually disable like memory management like that, but it's a pain in the ass to do registry edits nowadays, and Windows Update keeps re-enabling it. I just wanted to make this point while I'm thinking about it. Like, I'm using less than 4 gigabytes. When I come back out of play mode, I'm going to try loading every scene at once. But I'm going to hit play. And that's interesting. We loaded the bootstrap scene. We did not load the bootstrap scene. Okay, it's telling me that the scene to unload is invalid. Continue. I'm going to put a breakpoint there. And I'm going to go back into play mode. And hit play. That's not hitting that for quite a while. So it's getting stuck in the validate loop. Otherwise, it would progress to the breakpoint basically immediately. So I need to check what's going on down here. And then when I come in, current scene is not valid. And if you remember earlier when I realized you can't check a scene for you can't check a scene for is null. We have to check it for is valid. So I'm gonna first off we'll change that to from not null to is valid. And this is kind of by design because this is the first load. We've never loaded a level, so there is no like it was meant to skip this line by checking it null. But I also want to see why it's taking so long in validate bootstrap. And hi, cat. Sarah has been campaigning for the return of the Kitty Streets redemption. I just don't keep them in my office anymore. Maybe I should. I wasn't really planning to make like streaming this a regular thing, so right, let's hit play. And let's see what's happening. Close all scenes. So count is 1. We get scene at build index. Did I add the new scene to the build index? So build index 5. Its name is character select. That's fine. Unload scene async. And we're done, right? So that bit succeeds. Then we've got load scene async bootstrap scene name. Then yield return null. Oh, I made a change and forgot to save it. Make sure we save it. Right, I'm just adding a few more breakpoints. Why is that? We'll never get there. Unable to find a corresponding location. And why is that, pray tell? Come on, hit play. Thank you. Play. Yield return valid bootstrap. Validate bootstrap. Right. Right, so we close all scenes. Then we do yield return null. This is where we're waiting for execution to pass down to here. Which apparently it will never find. I'm confused as how the bootstrap scene, when it loads the bootstrap scene, doesn't have the contents of the bootstrap scene. It's loading it partly. Music manager's missing the audio clip. That's because I put music separately. It's almost like the game manager's like deleting itself. So I'll probably want to check all that. Character select screen. We'll hit play. I just realized what's happening. I set it to delete. I set it to delete the game object that the coroutine is on. That stops the coroutine running. It just twigged. It just twigged. Static. Hang on. It's not static. So public static coroutine. Can we do Can we do? I'm just wondering. Can we do all? You can do stop all coroutines. Can you do stop all on object? Coroutine runner dot stop all coroutines. Can we have dot coroutine? Right, I need to be able to check if the coroutine is running. So we don't. Basically, we want to make sure we don't delete it here. So, do we make it private? Public? Static? Coroutine? Runner? Hang on. Runner? Okay. So, when we start the coroutine runner dot let's check. I need to find out. Just let me check. I need to check if there's a way. Check if there's any coroutine running on an object. Is the only way to check to right. So there's no is any coroutine running. So coroutine runner dot make it just a bool. Oh, that's not going to work because where I can create it, it's more of a pain than I thought to. Slightly tied up in my. Okay. Stretch my legs as well while I think about this. So I need to set a Boolean flag. Not if. Only if instance is null. So a Boolean flag when. Okay. Set a Boolean flag that's static. So static bool active runner. Right, static bool active runner. When we start the coroutine start coroutine, load new level async. we'll do if instance equals null, active runner true, and then we'll do the same at the end. Active runner equals false, just to flag that we finished it. So we're not setting this when instance is not null, because when instance is not null, use the current object, and the current object can never get destroyed. So if coroutine runner is not equal to null and not active runner. I think that's what was happening. It was essentially deleting the coroutine that was in charge of creating the object, creating the new scene. Because the new scene gets created and then it destroys it on awake. That was not. The execution order that the instance being created before it's getting to instance. Let's check that. Come on, let me see it. Why can't you? Identifier instance is not in scope. Active runner is not in scope. How are we not in scope? They're statics. Because I added the watch after it had started. Load new level async. Statics aren't created until they're attempted. You attempt to access them, but until you create an instance class. Surely the fact that I'm trying to access it would at least instantiate, like, would at least set up the classic, the statics. Funny one. I'm going to hit play. I'm out of play mode. I just want to confirm for a start that my attempt to clean up the coroutine runner is why this bug is being caused. So I'm going to comment that for the moment. Oh, we got a network manager. We got a coroutine runner. Didn't load the level. Deleted the instance of the level manager. I did say at one point, I think maybe I need to double check this. If I hit play, there should be no coroutine. Hit play now. Right. Now it's just trying to create one. So instance null. Coroutine runner is null. So it's not equal to this. Did I not store it? Did I actually skip the storing it step? I guess when I reordered the code. Okay. I think when I reordered the code, I didn't store it. So it's now, okay. Okay, fine, come on. You. Come out of play mode. Thank you. Put the breakpoint back in a sec. So, coroutine runner equals game object to add component, and then we return coroutine runner. Right? I didn't put anything in awake, but I don't think it. I forgot to put the breakpoint back, but ran yet. Right, instance. That never ran properly. Right, instance is null. Coroutine runner is null. Wait. Does that mean I need to hit play and again and again? Does this mean awake gets ran immediately? Essentially out of order, gets ran at the creation point, like wherever in the cycle it is. If I don't add component, oh my god, it does. So it's not even assigned until after awake completes. Uh, okay. Let's do a way around that. I'm gonna play, 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 play. Right. Font string co-root runner name equals co-root runner. So new, and instead of checking for if coroutine runner equals this, I'm going to check for name equals coroutine runner. Okay. And then we'll store it for future cycles. Right, name is coroutine runner. We're checking it against coroutine runner. Now it doesn't set the instance to this. Hit play. I'm going to take that breakpoint out. Play. Still have the game manager. Didn't load the level though. Yes. Okay, progress. We have a new error, and an error that I was expecting. Fine, because when I, as I said earlier, when I created a new level, I didn't add the new level to the load order. So we need character select. So main menu, character select, bootstrap, level 1, option screen. Okay. Now it lets you load in editor, whether they're in the load order and whether they're in the load the build one. Yes. Post game. For a valid lobby ID. I'm going to come out of debug mode, close the search because that's just getting irritating. We'll close coroutine runner. Play. Game. On enemies. Awesome. Cat is asking to go out, so I'm going to go grab a drink. Right. Be right back. Before we do, go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh God. I just had a full pizza. Need to allow some. Oh, oh, for God's sake! The double. No, you bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, "It's fine. It's just a message." Oh, but what? Oh my God! grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh god. I just had a full pizza. Need to let out some. How? Oh, for God's sake! The double! No! You bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, it's fine. It's just a message. Oh, but what? Oh my god. Wow. Where's the... Let's, before we do, go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh god. I just had a full pizza. Need to let out some. How? Oh, for God's sake! The double! No! You bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, it's fine. It's just a message. Oh, but what? Oh my god. Wow. Where's the... Let's, before we do, go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh god. I just had a full pizza. Need to let out some. How? Oh, for God's sake! The double! No! You bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, it's fine. It's just a message. Oh, but what? Oh my god. Wow. Where's the... Let's, before we do, go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh god. I just had a full pizza. Need to let out some. How? Oh, for God's sake! The double! No! You bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, it's fine. It's just a message. Oh, but what? Oh my god. Wow. Where's the... Let's, before we do, go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh god. Right, I'm back. I saw that stretch just as I was getting up. So good timing. Oh, right. Tell you what, I can tell how much older I'm getting. That side does not like to be moved. Oh, I wonder if that's something to do with years of sitting like this, uh, like with my mouse hand raised up. Ah, I could put it down to the fact that I have a lot of problems with my joints anyway, but that would raise the question: why just that side? Right. Okay, where was I? Now spawn the level. Ah, the cat is back. The cat. you want to sit, learn to sit. Not be afraid of work-related movement. Get the cam. Somebody remind me when she's gone, so we don't just have chest cam. She wants a cuddle, but gets really nervous about movement, even little bits of movement. So she won't settle if I carry on working, which I have deadlines, so I'm going to carry on working. But we'll take a minute to just fuss the kitten. Get in there. Like, she used to not come on my desk at all unless I'm like sat back in the chair watching a movie. Don't eat that. So she's slowly getting a bit more relaxed. Down. Fine. Getting fuss. Cloud used to not care if I'm working at all. He will flop down on the keyboard, rest his head on my wrist, and he did not care that I'm still typing away. After a little while, he'd get a bit grumpy that I'm not sitting. Sometimes I'm not sitting still enough for him because I'm like furiously typing away, and I have to keep reaching across the keyboard and twisting. But if I'm relatively still, let's say I'm like just on the WASD keys and the mouse, like he was quite happy. He would just sit there, like the slight tweaks of me pressing buttons. He didn't care at all. But Luna, if I do anything that's not cuddling kitty, she will get nervous and I would really like her to relax, so she can just come and have like permanent work. What do you think, Luna? Do you think we could get some permanent work cuddles? If you purr a little bit louder, I can take the filter off the mic and people will be able to hear you. Get done. See, now she's going to really step out the way. If I sit very still, I'm not going to sit. Right. Let me commit that to GitHub. So we've got additive loading of main level. Push origin. Now move the lobby from the weird sort of code made lobby. Let me open the boot. Got network manager. At the bottom of the network manager, got this MVP session manager. This was a script I knocked up in a test project. It was never meant for this project. And it's literally the minimum viable, like, draw me a lobby screen. So what I need from this is to, for any settings in this, integrate them in the UI on the character select screen. I'm going to do character select. We've got player select canvas. Probably prefab that. The whole session panel. That. I don't need the camera at the minute. Get that out of the way. And I want to probably split this separate section to my panel. I really dare not move. So they I'm making that a plural because that will also ready up. But I'm not going to do round. I'm not going to do in-game button. Duplicate edit with that. That does not make. Oh, it does. Okay. Create game button. So we'll do ready button. That can go, bear in mind it's 10, 10, 10, 10. Go 0.8, 9. That finger. 10. I'm going to make text. Ready. I'm going to disable the moment, I think. How do we not interactable? Let that look. So it's grayed out for the moment. I'm just putting it there. I'm not going to include a ready button for now. We'll go back to that. So next panel. Next ones are going to be two. So top and bottom, there'll be title, input box. Right, so panel, and it's max players put. Go from 7, 8. So I'm giving each of these like 10%. If we get too much on the, like, I probably need to rework how the menu bar is structured. I don't care right now. Right. Left is 10. Right is top is bottom. Actually, don't need framing. My XMesh Pro label. Layers. Text. Size. Max. We're going to stretch it to the width. We're going to make it we'll set the pivot up and we'll make its height 50. 5. Top position, make it negative 10. Max players, center align, line. Then we want a my hang on, do we want to make it a slider? Then my value. Same thing with that, but I'm going to stretch it to the bottom. 25 height again. We'll set the electronic text, auto font size. This could be a bit smaller, maximum 28. Center align, value. Max players 1. Slider. Okay, I'm going to make a new screen for this. Now the cat has gone. I will. So value of the slider, I want to change. So slider label. Yes. Serialize field. Text mesh row Y label, and then public void update label. Float value label dot text value dot string. I think the sliders on change provide, just remember rightly, the sliders on change provides us, make that a single. Not sure why that's not. That's fine. Sliders on change there. Slider label, date label. I don't need to provide it because it's already providing a single. Now if I just go to the slider and go value 1, maximum value, I'm going to be crazy and go 8. I've only built the UI for 4. We're allowing this to be network. I'm letting it to be 8 just so I can do some like crazy shenanigans. You know what? Crazy shenanigans later. Whole numbers only. Starting value 1. Minimum value 1. I hit play. So Okay, it's not updating. Null reference exception. Object reference not set to. I forgot to. I'm just going to wait. Label get component, and we'll just that. Slider should have its own. Should have its own label field. I wonder if I can just. I'm kind of experimenting with it. You know, because the moment we've got like 3 hours left, and I still haven't got the game loop. Absolutely, the time to experiment it. On value change. This dot on all this. Get with that. Interesting. It just work. It override. It must have overridden an overridden draw function. No serialized field. Serialized field for label. What about label hides inherited member dot label. Label field. On value. That works. I'm kind of happy with the one line script. Oh, that's weird. That's very weird. Okay. Undo all that. Go with happy with the one line I had that works. Rather than fiddling with crazy stuff. It's very like it's such a common thing. Like I want to do a proper like inherit from this at some point, and I'll fiddle with it if I can make something work. Where I can just extend it and add a label field. It feels like such a natural like field that this would always want. Normal color. Make this the handle. Hang on. Background. And area. Value. There we go. That is a that works. It's not quite the same styling, but it'll do. So we got 1 to 4. Okay, so we've got max players. Max players is implemented. Right, I should start adding these to the session panel UI as inputs. So serialize. You notice I commended Visual Studio for working properly earlier, and now it's not working again. So slider, max players, slider, public int max players max player slider dot value, and we'll convert this to int. Not going to worry about any validation on that because it's already limited to integers only. Okay, next thing is need to track a session manager. Need to separate the session manager from the session manager UI, I think. So let's create a create mono behavior script session manager. Get rid of some of the scripts that I don't need anymore. So from the MVP, iSession active session, we'll track that. As I go through, I'm going to put in the things that it either goes into the UI or it goes into the session manager, and then we remove the MVP session manager later. So those private async void start, await initialize service async. On initialize service async. Task not be found. Are you missing a directive? Quite possibly. Threading tasks. Yeah. Record failure. That's a method. I'm going to review these while we write them as well. Wrong one. So if authentication service is signed in, that's boilerplate stuff. Service ready, true. Status ready, host a game or enter a join code. This needs to be a status object, really. I'm going to just to-do that for now. This status object, not an arbitrary. Because it's useful as a string if we're only caring about it in the debug. But we're not only caring about it in the debug. Debug.log, authenticate as player. I don't care about that unless there's an error anymore. Trying to cut down on like the amount of like log spam. So this is always useful, right? When we have an exception. Operation, service initialization, record failure. Yeah, that's fine. And we're not accessing any of the variables yet, so that's fine. Just checking on GUI. This is one of the bits that we're essentially. This won't exist anymore. Like this will just be gone. I feel like there was more to it than that. I need a box for the join code. And that's set from the UI. We can worry about that in a minute. Of course, because the GUI there drew buttons, so we have callbacks in those buttons set up. Which means we want to have a load of events to subscribe to for the buttons, or subscribe to the buttons events rather. GUI layout button. This is just. Oh, that's just the on GUI. Oh, I forgot about that. That's not true either anymore. See, this is just ripped from another project. Go down this one at a time then. So host game. And I'll just tweak them as I go. Busy equals true. Creating relay session. Again, this needs to be a status object. Book.log join code. Where am I using status? Status. Oh. Other than setting it, not public, can't read it. It's part of the GUI label. If I open up the session here, and how this works. Largely because it's just too quick. See, we got status there. It's also too small for me to read unless I look close. And while I've been working, I've been sitting back. If I hit host game, it does create a relay session look. and eventually we get some output. Okay. So anyway, to smash on, status is fine. Do we status? Do you need right? Okay, that's something I want to put. I probably do want to put the session status in the UI. Let's put the session status in. I'm also going to change where I'm putting this. So we do max players input from 0, 0.1, 0, 1. Right, and we're gonna as we add more, we'll move over from the other side. I'll work way ready, but one it's a players should have copied it. A 1, 7, 8, 10, 10. Probably actually want to make this a bit longer because it might contain a bit of a chunkier message. So maybe we make this 6. Session status, session status label. Label itself can session status. I'm going to exercise a little bit more on slider. I'm going to duplicate the session status label. Session status output. Going to have to change the project setting, execute sesh. Bad. Session panel UI. What I'm doing is just making sure that all the UI stuff is a little bit behind in the execution order because they will be accessing instances and so private, no, public, instance, no, public session manager, instance, and in our way this rather section we want one if null this else we also want that to be don't destroy unload. Don't destroy unload game object and then so if we're else destroy game object dot log warning. Duplicate session manager found. Okay, so we're going to be able to access it through the instance, and then we're going to want public event action on status changed. That's going to pass a string. Delete a bit more my own coding standard. String status get why is the autocomplete get and set? Thank you. Get set status set going to be status value, but also on status changed invoke value. Why are we sad? Build keyword is not available in C#. I remember trying to do this before. One of the reasons I'm looking forward to the updates coming in 6.7, although they were threatening to move them back to Unity 7. So we have to just, whenever we change status, we just invoke on status change. I was trying to make a wrapper for it. So awake, yes, start to status no, to on status changed dot invoke status. So basically on start we're going to set the initial one. So session panel UI is going to do on enable. We're going to session manager dot instance. Then I'll make it public. Public. Object reference required on. Oh, I didn't make it static. Session manager dot instance dot on status change plus equals That's a terrible name. Update status. Max slider. So we got serialized. Still isn't being picked up. Text mesh row UI status text update status status text dot text status. There we go. Right. So it's invoked on start immediately. So it should should update it essentially as we load the scene. So on status changed minus equal status map that it so completes with the didn't used to. Hydrogen, how you doing? It's going quite nice, to be honest. I'm just building the like the lobby screen because I think you maybe saw previously. I had this really basic, just like the menu pops up. So I'm building the actual lobby screen at the moment. Sort of placeholder one, just so we can actually like have a. I want to have the complete game loop, regardless of how polished things are. I need to get to the point where I have the complete game loop, and part of that is being able to load the lobby like without this sort of janky placeholder UI. And I'm really running out of time because I cannot run late today. Let me show you. I've got to show this off though while you're here. So one of the things I've got to fix the compiler errors because I'm in the middle of writing something. I was going to show you the live color change, but you'll have to give me a minute to finish writing this. Right, so session status. Let's finish doing that. Session status text. That's going to be instead of anchored to the top, bottom. First one's -10, and the bottom one is -10. No, it's way, so it's 10. This one's going to have slightly smaller text. It's going to have height. How this looks. Text. So what have you been up to today, Hydrogen? Probably want. I don't want the height to overlap, so we'll do that. We'll make it 40. Session panel. Max players slider. Add the serialized field. I need to fix the errors first. Load. Pulled into a manufacturing project. When I first started getting paid to program, getting paid to write software, I mean, my first job was for a haulage company, but most of my early work was in manufacturing. It was kind of cool. I genuinely enjoyed that, sort of thing. Right. post game. Right now, we need to. I want a static reference. The session panel UI public static instance, just so we don't have to keep searching for. I've already made max players public. I need an awake. I want an error check like I did with the other one. Get session panel Y found. Removing. There should never be two. It might delete something you weren't expecting, but since they were never there anyway, it's just creating slightly different unexpected behavior. But we get something to tell us it's happening at least. Oh, and don't worry about the white not showing well on the yellow. The yellow is just so we can visualize the borders. The yellow will disappear and the background is actually quite dark. Well, once I finish loading it. You know, can you talk anything about the manufacturing project you're doing? Because I always find those sort of things interesting. What are you working on? Right, so the session manager, where it's got the lovely angry error. Max players equal session panel UI dot instance dot max players. Okay, the error is gone. I also need to add the on status change invoke. So status, wherever we've got status, on status changed invoke status. Status change status on status change status status debug. I don't need the debug.log anymore, but I'm going to leave that there for the moment. I'm going to create a user interface for the join code. I don't need that there to remind. So it's part of me going through the session manager code as well. I have to ship thousands of computers loaded with our software, but very cool. Working with a vendor to define auto process. Get 1 unit device, image our software onto it, validation checks on the hardware, record all the logs from. Very nice. How long does it take you to get everything loaded back onto a machine? Right, I can show you this. It should be at a point where I can at least press play and it'll let me show you this. After the cable are connected, the press takes around 3. Take longer to box the unit. Thank you. I got one of my pet hates recently due to the amount of a pain in the ass it's caused me. Hang on, the cat has returned. Back to cat cam. Has been people doing imaging when really they mean just an auto installer script. Right, I'm gonna hit possess player. Don't have their gun yet, so they've just I haven't attached their gun yet, but I can spawn all 4 players. And interestingly, we've got the Simpsons mode at the moment. I can change their. Hang on, let me. Oh, hang on, that one's has an error. I can change their skin color, armor color, and hair color. I just put placeholders in at the moment. I have to validate the box actually boots, ready for use by the customer. Well, I got frustrated with a place not too long ago that essentially, because their imaging process was actually just an auto installer script, and it was fragile as all hell, right? It was constant failing. But their test procedure, so they go up to Computer Lab, and they'd install 150 machines, imaging software, imaging that actually just, and it would take, even on the fast PCs, it'd take 3 to 4 hours. It was fragile as all hell. And then their test procedure was just to go into the room and test one machine. And in practice, if you went round, you had like at least about 10% fail. Maybe even more than that. Like most machines had at least one problem on it. And it used to drive me nuts. I'm like, you're spending hours doing this when really, do it once, do it right, validate it to a very high level, image it, and then you run a short script using that just adds the identity information. I say 3 hours. That was on the fast PC. The little terrible laptops they had took 8. And it was a nightmare. Just loading into the software took like that they were using took like 15 minutes. I worked there very briefly. Yeah. Oh, here's the thing. The software, essentially, you had a USB stick, and to actually run the process, you put the USB stick in. That booted to a install environment. You then selected the system image you want. It pulled that down over the network, and that would run in the automated install. Now, from first turning the laptop on to getting to the point where it's actually installing, you could pull the USB out. On some of them took like 50. But almost all of that time was waiting for it to like download, and you couldn't pull the USB out. And I went to work there for a bit with a mate of mine, and I said to them, "Can we have some more USB?" And they're like, "Why?" I said, "Well, why do you think?" They're like, they genuinely had to be told. I'm like, my input for this is about 12 seconds per machine, but I'm waiting almost 15 minutes. I said, give me as many as you've got, right? Give me as many as you've got. And they managed to find me 8. And between me and a friend, we were basically doing 4 at a time each. And eventually he got pulled off elsewhere, and I did 8 at a time. Exactly. But just the initial 15 minutes to get things going, because I only had one USB. That was the bottleneck, right? So it in theory took 15 minutes to start one. Imagine takes 15 minutes to start one. You're starting 4 per hour. And I went from like when I like got the extra USBs in, so essentially I went from like 4 per hour to 32 per hour. And at that point, the bottleneck became how quickly I can plug the laptop, like actually get them out, get the power cables, plug the network in, because they had to be plugged in but on a physical network as well. They had to be plugged in by cable. And at that point, I was like, you know what? This is as far as we're refining it. With the level of competence here, this is as far as we're going to get. I wouldn't have even, like, the last time I had to do something like that while I was imaging a system, it was less than 3 minutes per machine. It took me 2 days to do the first one, mostly because I was doing like a lot of validation and testing and tuning. But then it took me 3 minutes for each one, and I did like 80 of them in a weekend. Well, I say 80 of them in a weekend. They then had a burn test package that ran on that took 24 that ran for 24 hours. So basically, it took a weekend for me to do the actual labor, and then I just sat them like being a heater for 24 hours. Raspberry Pi emulating on, then some information to enter. That's kind of cool. Copying the image to the device takes about 30 seconds. This is one of the things they copied. They were copying the image over network as well. I mean, it was a reasonably fast network, but still, their install image was massive. I'm not sure why it took so long. Say, last time I mean, it's a few years since I made a proper like automated install for Windows, but my old one was only a couple of gigabytes bigger than a standard Windows 7 install disk. I mean, that was back in Windows 7 days. It was, as I say, it was a couple of gigabytes more. It included the entire Office suite, it included Visual Studio, it included all the software I use on a regular basis. So I could do a full offline install other than the bits that Windows insists that you're online for. I don't understand, like, I never, to be honest, I could not get through to them, like, how to do it a better way. They were just not interested in listening. No, like, they'd come in as well and they'd say, they would claim, like, they'd fill in all their, because they had their own validation documentation, they fill it in to say that they've tested all the machines, because they counted testing one in each lab as we've tested all the machines. Either that or they're just bullshit filling it in and not even trying. And I did the math one day and I was like, because of your method, you have to test each machine. And I was like, here's the math, how long the test takes, on how long it would take to I can't remember exactly how many we'd fitted that month. It was like 400. And I was like, here's the math on how long it will take. Here's how much manpower you've actually assigned. I was like, you've assigned less than 1% of the manpower it would actually take to do the job. But you're filling in to say it's done. Yeah, good job. Right, you're gonna have to move out the way, Cat. I'm sorry. I need to crack on. You're like, I can't have Kitty sitting on the keyboard. Kitty sitting on the way is really slowing me down, and I don't have time for it. Right, I need session status should essentially now immediately update. Have I assigned it? I haven't assigned it. Max in session status. Sessions X. Null reference exception. Session manager.instance. On enable running before. Session manager on status changed. Well, that's not spelt right for a start. Hang on. Luna, I'm really glad you're getting comfy on my desk. Right. I should have paid closer attention to the where it said the error was. Let's just trick. Are you good? A stretch. Timing. Bear with me a sec. Let's actually hit start. I think the guys I was working with there were some of these. Let's say I'm sure you'll know the type when I say overly corporate, like let's say overly corporate engineers that have been trained, don't really know much beyond what they were trained, yet have convinced themselves that they are smarter than everyone in the world. I know most techies have worked with those sorts of people, so you will probably be familiar with what I'm describing there, right? These people that are actually like, oh, I've got this certification, and they believe they know everything. Really, they're dumb as shit. Like the guy who told me that the network had ran out of IP addresses with less than 30 devices. He wanted to increase the number of available addresses on the network to 512. You know, he was. Anyway, you know what I mean. That sort of person, right? Some a bit more of a stretch. Well, I'm just running out of time. Yeah, they didn't know I'd worked with in IT for a long time. I was ended up working with them, trying to be vague without giving away too much about who they are and what I was doing. Let's say I had a personal interest in improving standards there, so I worked for. I was temporarily assigned there on what was technically paid, but is significantly below what I usually charge my standard rate. And I think they just thought I was a random agency employee. And what was so frustrating about that was, like the guys I was working with in the day to day were so up themselves, they didn't even seem to process the fact when I was talking about like be working as a IT consultant for like 20 years. Like I had PCs that were doing like fully production recoverable in less than 3 minutes in 2010, right? I'm like, it's like when I'm walking into somewhere and you can't manage less than an hour in 20, well, a couple of years ago now, so it's not quite 2026. I'm like, you can't manage that. What are you doing with your life? It's like in the 4 weeks they'd originally planned for me to take to do all the imaging. It's like I could have like rebuilt all the images from scratch, not just install them. Right, let's not get distracted. Right, session panel UI line 30. On enable session manager.inst doesn't exist yet. Click session manager instance awake. I haven't actually put a session manager in yet. Let's put a session manager. That's because I don't want a session manager in. Meant to be on the put it here for now. Create empty session manager. Add session manager. Create empty session manager. I forgot I was in play mode. Session manager. Now we hit play. Now we'll get everything we need. Well, not exactly. Ready, host a game or enter a Awesome. I might end up putting that in the session panel. Yep. That status goes into 0.6. I'm going to temporarily, like this placeholder background I've put in, I'm going to darken it a bit. So while I'm prototyping, I can see it. I've moved the session to the middle just so I can like see the rest of the buttons on the right hand side. Got ready button. I'm going to have a post button. I'm going to have a join button. 0.8 to 0.9. This will go through 7, 8, go through 6, 7. They are 10, 10, 10. Post. Join. These will absolutely. Did I make not interactable? Post. That's fine. Session panel UI. I'm going to have to put a public void join game, and it does nothing for the moment. And public void post game. Oh, don't know how I got that out of order. Post game. So I'm going to need both of those. Back to those in a second. I've got that. Blah 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 blah. Max players. I'm going to duplicate that so I can keep the label. So this is going to be join code put label say code. Wider we're going to delete. So it needs to go from 0.1 to 10, 10 join code label my canvas put feed. Where I need change the list to bottom and width. Change the height to 50. That one the bottom as well. On the text area, the placeholder enter code text same, so size that placeholder, cap that at a same with that. Do session panel UI need serialize build text mesh there's a, where's the XMesh Pro input? Actually, I think M Pro X Mesh. Come on. By join code input. We need that. Signing session panel code input. I'm going to assign the field because I just want to confirm. I do actually need to put a MP underscore input field. And this is public string join code input text. Right. Just continue going down. On status change, busy, create and relay invoke. Okay, max players is set. Active session, create session. Host join equals active session dot code. Hang on, where did we even set that? Finally, false. Session dot code. Oh, so we get the host join code there. Host join code. I also want a on host code set. I'm going to do on host code set dot invoke join code. Session panel UI is going to update void date host code. Update host code, and we're going to do join code input dot text. Oh, hang on. String code code. Focus. Value check selected. Okay, no text. I'm tempted to make it sort of give it an on-click event. How do I want to? I want to give. I'm thinking. I just give. Maybe I just give it a copy button on select. I'm going to make it a copy button. I'm going to duplicate that because I want to transform. Put row that right. Place that there. Right. So one. I'm left edge. Right. And its width be is 7. Right. It's not right. So essentially, just fit to the box. Hit that again. The button, and again I'm going to hide it. Got an actual. Go from 0.71 row. My canvas. Component. So I kept that purely to just inherit its transform. Text. Copy. Max. Iconic. 555. Wrapping. Wrap. Right. So copy. Why are we to text area? Placeholder. Text area. Why are we not? Pretty much. content. Line. How rich. Wow, the minimum. Okay. Oh, and I set it to no wrap. Wrap normal. Wrap. That can be no wrap. So when I do start entering text in it, it's wrap. It's because we have a maximum number of characters. How long was the game? One, two, six. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Up. Character limit 6. Turns out, yeah, I would say getting greedy while gambling, pretty bad. Yeah, you don't want to be doing that. Oh, that's interesting. Allow me to put things above the character limit. Because why not? Text area. But that's fine. It shouldn't at runtime. You never stay. You never stay when you're up. You're up, you leave. Okay, it is restricting it at runtime. That's fine. So, copy button. I need to look at how we copy to the keyboard. My utility system copy buffer equals host join code. Session UI panel. So I want public void copy join code. My utility copy buffer equals join code input dot text. And I come into this and I go copy button. Then it's on the session panel UI. So session panel UI. Where are we? Code. I go play. SSAS copy. System copy buffer doesn't exist. Or join code input. Code input does not exist. That one. Copy. I paste it. Just yes. Okay, we got it. Got it. It occurs to me this font does not support upper lowercase, and I'm not sure if the join codes pair. Let's do our join code case and join codes are not case sensitive. Right, so it doesn't matter. Go with the readability option. Like 2 hours of fun, so system coffee buffer. That sounds like a good. We need that. We need a system coffee buffer. We absolutely need a system coffee buffer. Right, so we have a host game. Host game was called from a GUI button host game. Host join code input host join code. Where is that being? Host join code. Okay, so we track that. Okay, join code input. We're probably never want that join code input. That's fine. I think at this point I probably want to call the host game. So host game, we're going to do session manager dot instance dot host game. Public. No, what? No, we won't. Make it private. Public void host. How was it invoked? Actually, we can just make it. We will just make it public. What was it complaining about? Probably that just that it's in excess. That's fine. It wasn't invoked async or anything like that. I meant, but it's not externally because it's not returning anything. That's fine. So the host game button should now work. I assign method. Time to start game. Host game. Join button. Join game. So we emit the event once we have the join code. Session panel UI has update host join code. I need to subscribe to the events. So on host code set, update host code. Go on autocomplete. This is an manager dot on host code set nice equals host code. Okay, we're good. So that should, if I hit host now, it should explode because I don't have the network. I don't have a lot of the objects we need. So it should just explode. Oh, I didn't change them to interactable. Host button, interactable, interactable. Play. Ready. Host a game or enter a host. Creating relay session. that's angry because the network manager is not. That's fine. We move on. We'll bring the network manager back in a minute. Right. So we've got initialize services async is done. Start minimizing the host game is done. Then we've got join game. So first off, that's changed. Status session failure. That's fine. Session. Right. If join code input dot trim dot to upper invariant, this needs to be join code from that. So that needs to be session panel UI dot join code. This needs to be public. Is equal to enter host join code, active session, join session. That's fine. So down in here when we join on GUI name, where are we? If button host game, if button join game, it just calls join game, so we're fine. So here we can call session manager dot instance dot join game. Okay. That we can attempt to join, but it'll just get angry. Again, because there's a lot of stuff missing and there's no session, but I'm going to try it anyway. I just want to make sure it actually calls it. I need to put everything else in before it can properly call it. Have a connection error for the shows you a chance that it because it's out of coffee. That sounds like my sort of error. But in order to reliably give that, we would need some kind of coffee monitoring sold to every company. Join. Joining failed. Lobby code contains an invalid character at index 1. Does it now? Join. Joining failed. Lobby not found. Join. Failed. Okay. That's expected behavior at the moment. Join game. Game. Now. Maybe I want a smaller button for leave. Yeah, we'll put a leave game button. Public void game. And this is going to call session manager.instance. game, and it's also going to call level manager dot load main menu. Game session manager, private game. Noticed a status that I missed. So on status changed. Status. A lot of this is not really relevant because we're going to update this. And in our instance, when we leave the game, we just go back to the main menu. So we're updating things, but we're like, yeah, bye, I'm out of here. So make that public. Put a little note here. Too much of this is leave the scene out status would probably work this. Back to it later. Wait, blah 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 blah. Leave game done. I need a leave game button. So let's do that. Game button. Duplicate the big game button. Leave game button. Make its text say yes. Go from 0.6 and 0.3. That's 6. It has some padding. Necessarily need padding. Game button. Wrap. Margin. Left. Okay. Leave game button. That's going to be changing. Start the game. Should drop us to the main menu. It drops us out of the session manager and then drops us to okay, that works. I need to change what the main menu loads us to because that loads directly to level 1 at the moment. But we're there. Right, leave game is done. Record failure is already done because that's one of the others. On GUI, let's just double check. Got the button, got the post game button. Got output in the join code. We've got the join game button. Post join code. Output in code. leave game button, label, that's just UI nonsense. Get netcode state. Where is this pulled from? Maybe we want to show the netcode state as well. Let's have a quick look what it actually shows. Play. Netcode status offline. It's a shorter online offline label there, so I think do netcode date text. Well, off. Maximum X is 5. Change the anchor point top. Anchor point to the top. I want the same place, I guess. X Y equals row. 20. Row size, I'm going to max. Could that connection error? Max. Netcode state. Right, so session panel UI. Underscore text row UGY netcode date text. Copy that on netcode date changed. Session panel UI is going to void update netcode netcode date netcode state text date on session manager dot instance dot on netcode Can I not rename? Sorry, I accidentally typed code twice, so I'm trying to rename it and it's pissy. Netcode state change. Update. Netcode state. On autocomplete. Easy one. This is an easy one. It's like they've crippled autocomplete. If you don't install Copilot, you don't get autocomplete. But unless it's the most trivial bit, I think that's going to be the reason, the main thing that makes me revert back to 2022. So private static get netcode state, network manager, blah, blah, blah. Host, client, server, offline. Where were we? Join game. Netcode state. Get netcode state. That's where I wanted that. That's being called every frame. That feels incredibly janky. That does feel insanely janky. I don't even remember where I got this sample from. But just checking that every frame. Is there a network manager? Network manager dot dot on. There's going to be. I think there's too many steps. That. I don't want to call it every frame. That feels ridiculous. What I'm going to do is on network state change dot invoke right. So where do we actually want to put this? Put it in start. We're going to put it in at the start of initialize service. I'm going to put it in. What are our possible states? Host is client, offline, network manager. So start and the end of most of the methods. Or at least just before the try block and after the try block. Or not necessarily. Leave game. That should say network manager missing because we don't have one in this. If I hit play, it says off by default. So if I've not hooked it up properly, it should just still say off. I didn't actually set it in X. Network manager missing. I'm gonna put a space in that just because the text I'm using makes it a little bit difficult. Right, I think that's everything. So I can call that implement session manager UI. Half 3. I've got an hour and a half. Never gonna make. Never gonna make. Oh, focus, save, focus. Right. Session manager, I don't need anymore. Bootstrap can now loaded with. Right. So we're gonna remove. Go off the character select screen. We're going to go into the Bootstrap scene and we're going to remove from the network manager, remove the MVP network manager, add session. New session manager object will be part of the network manager. It's required, right? They're required alongside each other. In fact, I should probably put inside the session manager. I'm not going to make required components. They're not necessarily required to be together. Bootstrap is there. Now I need to go into main menu canvas, start game book. This calls main menu.start game. Let's have a look what main menu.start game does. Main menu calls load first level. Load character select. I need to open the level manager. Oh wow, that's some horrible white space. Let's clean that up. We've got load main menu, and then we've got public static void load character select. Going to load character select. Character select. Right. A horrible string reference that needs to be shot. See, it's different. It's different. We don't want that. You know what? I'm gonna start making these constant. Const string character select scene name equals character select. Go. One scene name I already prepared for that, just never used it. Bootstrap option. Const string option menu name equals option menu. Const string main menu scene name equals main menu. Right, so load character select is a coroutine runner because it's going to load asynchronously and it needs the bootstrap. So we're also going to, usually when we load character select, we don't care about reset, but this is one of the scenes where we do care about reset. So we'll do bool recreate bootstrap false, and we'll pass that. When we come from the main menu, doesn't matter because nothing exists, but when we call it later from other, maybe like an end game screen, that's when we want to reset it. Right. If I go from the main menu now, I should get the bootstrap scene. Well, I should be able to, if I click next scene, I get the bootstrap scene and the character select screen, which will mean I get the session manager. Start game. Network manager, that's where the session is, right? So if I go host, this is actually going to spawn a player. Shenanigans. Okay, I have a session. I have a session. Copy. Go stop. Multiplayer play mode. Get me a second one open. This is where I need to change my session from. I need to change. Hang on. Let's aspect ratio by 9. I need to change my conceptually player from a player prefab that assumes everyone's on a different network to a couch prefab or a seat prefab, and then the seat will take possession of a certain player when we hit go. Interestingly, I don't plan there to be a loading screen. I plan that to be in the studio, and when you hit go, the camera just moves to the top. Or we play a little cutscene. But that was just, the character screen was just a placeholder scene. It essentially means we get rid of the UI, we delete the UI, asynchronously load the rest of the level. One thing at a time. One thing at a time. Okay. Play. Let's make sure that they both spawn in. Start game. Host. Creating relay session. Copy. Don't need to worry about that because we actually won't have possession yet. Start game. Enter the code. Join. Lobby is full. Okay. Session manager. Guessing the bit where we get the value isn't going through properly. Let's play mode because I'm going to want to attach to this. Host a game. Where's max sessions? There. Attach. Play. Game. Host. Max players is, of course, max players is set to 1. Ugh. It's not an error in my code. It's an error in my brain. Play. Start game. I really wish I had time to look through Steam. I need to set an on value change for that. Max players. No on value changed. And I need to make it inactive. That's also not relevant at the moment. Host. Copy. Player 2. Start game. Join. Yes! Okay. Drop that for the minute. I need to stretch my legs. I need to stretch my legs. Let's commit that to GitHub. Made lobby on character select. Push. Okay. Oh, I've got to stretch my legs. Oh, my backside has gone numb. I might change my sitting position. Right. Okay. Now, a player needs to just an object that exists. It doesn't need control of an avatar. There's some finessing we where tie in controls for tie in the controls for a particular player. Like the user interface needs tying into a player because at the moment the player's settings are not sent over the network, but that's not critical. Or the critical bit is converting to the based model. So when we press spawn, it spawns the avatar. but we need to change it so that the game hasn't started yet. So not only do we ignore the input when we're not an owner, we also ignore the input when we started, which means game manager transmitting the game start signal over the network to make sure that we synchronize that. Beyond that, it's a matter of then change the camera angle and let the player just walk into the room. Or I need to make the players belong to a different. I need to check how to change the scene ownership, because what I want to do is unload everything character select scene, load everything that's not in the the actual gameplay, move the player's position, or we just like maintain the pedestal. Oof. How much RAM is the character select UI even taking up? Find out. Let's find out. Task manager. I'm actually considering like super janky mode and just disable it and let it stay existing. I am using a little bit more RAM with Unity now that I'm opening 2 instances. But start game and we go up from 9.8 something to 9.8 something. We're gonna not give a damn about that. Not for now. When we hit play, gonna hit play. We're gonna additively load, and then just change the camera angle. That's what we're gonna do. Like that. Stop. Go. Right. We need a player. Something to show the player that they exist. Cat, now is not the time. I love you, Kitty, but now is not the time. I have just over an hour to build several new networking features. And I love you, Kitty, but please no sit on keyboard. Please no sit on keyboard. Fine, we take a kitty break. Please, Kitty. Please no sit on keyboard. Getting brave. Right. Normally when I just like carry on working, she'd like bolt. Okay, what do we... I need to spawn a player. The player then spawns... we need to spawn a player seat. Right, so let's create a player seat. I'm making this player couch because later we're going to have the concept that this is the network connection and a couch can have multiple seats. Right? So for now, I'm going to just treat this as a seat. But eventually this will be... this will be at... Like potentially it could have multiple seats. Now it's just going to be one, and we'll worry about the rest later. Good kitty. Good kitty. Good kitty. Player couch. I'll need to prefab this. Prefabs. Place. Couch. That. I'm going to go into the Bootstrap C Network Manager. Place player astronaut with player couch. Couch. Now inside player couch, we need a static public static in play. Sorry, I need to speed type. Player couch instance. I'm gonna go. I don't want to disturb. Like she's not been this relaxed, just sitting on my desk ever. Like I can't move you. Like if the project fails because the cat's in the way, the project fails because the cat's in the way. It's an acceptable trade-off. I'm willing to deal with that. That is like he's. Come on, you sit down. Yes, I love you, kitty. Right, if instance equals null, this don't destroy unload game object. The couch will control duplicate couch found locally destroying extra. Public static. Oh, hang on. We don't want to destroy. This isn't going to be a mono behavior. This is going to be a network behavior. Network behavior. Now, on network on network called an object which have been network instantiated with the network. Hang on, where's my player? Player hubs players player on net. Why? It's going to be public override spawn. Public override network spawn. Right, so first things first. Instance local. So instance local. I just changed the name to make it a little more obvious. by the name on network spawn instance local. So we don't need awake. It's doing the same thing. If not is owner, return. So we don't care. And what it means is when we access it through the class, we know we're only accessing yeah, we know when we access it through the class, we're only accessing the local one. Okay. So int seats public int seats right. Now we do network update. Network update loop. So void network. No, you can't have that one. So update if not is owner return. Now this will run before the ownership is dealt with, but it doesn't matter. Seats. We're going to want player list. No, that's the wrong way around. List player avatars equals new using system dot collections dot generic So when I get instance local dot seats, now that should match, right? Private void spawn avatar, and we want here to specify serialized field player default avatar. I am going to allow the option to change it later. But for now, we'll leave it as that. Default avatar, spawn avatar. This needs to be RPC send to dot server void request spawn avatar RPC. Avatar request spawn avatar RPC. Now this should be on an event, like clicking, like clicking the button. I just want to get it to the point where it's actually spawning. So that just sends to the server, and then the server's going to do in player new player equals instantiate. It doesn't even need to do that. We're already instantiating it with the does an object get ID on. So I've already spawned them. There is an important distinction that owner ID isn't necessarily a player ID in the conceptual sense. A network object may be a server owner owned, or a client may own several network objects. NGO's special player object is the one object associated directly with the connected client. You want to go from arbitrary owned object to that client's actual player object on the server, you can do so what I need is, I think, if I store a reference in the player avatar, I create them in the player avatar demo, right? The player avatar demo has a player index. This is created, currently it's created locally. Possess player, activate. Update color, create player avatar. Demo avatar.set play. This is what I need to change to be public. Index yourself. I have. Then when a player chooses avatar 2, for example, the server transfers ownership. If the request originates from the player input, then the requested avatar index to the server player avatar demo player couch ID. The request could also validate the avatar isn't already collected. Yes, I know that. We could do these in sort order. So player couch instance. So let's do this. Let's do int player ID equals -1. Start at -1. Player ID equals find objects by type. Player couch dot get length. No, it's just got to be just dot length, and then debug dot log player name spawned with ID player ID. This feels expensive. This feels expensive, so I'm gonna do public static player count. No, public static int total couches. I'm not going to do it there. I'm going to leave it the heavyweight. Right. If I hit run now and I actually start a session, what happens is, like, when you host, you're the only one. So your player ID should be 0. When you're a client, the question then becomes, what order do they spawn? Now, I'm wondering if they'll reliably spawn in the same order. I don't think I can rely on that. on network spawn. Not about static player object the server, then transmitting that to an player on join, and it with player awake after storing it locally to the object. The server then tracks players in join order. Just send player. The server and clients. Its ordering is not a reliable representation of network join order. Yes, I know that. That's not what I'm getting at, you dumb. On network spawn is next player index. Right. I can do what I'm thinking. It's getting the AI I asked the question to is like, yeah, but you can't do that because, but I can. It's like, well, blah blah, like each one will get it's saying it won't spawn in an order, but I'm specifically sending it from the server. So public static int couch count next couch index will, I shouldn't have to instantiate that as 0. Right, and then we're going to do if is server. We want a, we're going to have to create a network we create a network variable so we don't have to actually worry about tracking it. Network, I'm glad I looked these up the other day. I want an int. I'm really glad I looked these up. Do we need to make it public? Who's going to access this? Just, we will come back to whether it needs to be public. Player index equals, and we'll instantiate this to -1 again. So we have an error check for it. Player index to on value changed. Here we go. Right. If with the server we go player index dot value equals next couch index, and then next couch index plus plus. Wow, autocomplete's doing some work. Autocomplete's doing what it's designed to do. When did that happen? Okay, so do that. Now we need to subscribe to the event. It needs to be everybody. Player index dot on value change plus equal method for this. Void on player index change. Void player index change. I have literally 40 minutes. On player index change. Player index old value. Old value. Value. On player index. Yeah, of course, network variable, like events, they insist on old. Okay, so done that. We get on player exchanged. That's happy. Then we need to do setting it. Set the value. Player exchange value and player dex dot player dex this index value. That's not right. Look, cat. Cat wants to go out. 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Let's before we do go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh God. I just had a full pizza. Need to allow some. Power. Oh, for God's sake! The double. No. You bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, "It's fine. It's just a message." Oh, but what? Oh my God! Wow. Where's the? Let's before we do go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh God. I just had a full pizza. Need to allow some. Right, where was I? Why do I need to set it? Do I need to set it? Okay. If I change the value, I'm subscribing to the event after the value is changed. I can't subscribe before the event. It takes a couple of frames to set. I think it takes a couple of frames to set up that registration. one player index. Let's do it if is owner log owner couch ID player value. Index. I think trigger it at least. I'm just looking at a sample. Clients. And is back you decide who should, and if not is feel like I'm missing part of this. This stuff is completely kind of unnecessary. Not the owner we return at that. That one's fine. I think at that point, if I join, that should work. For the record, ChatGPT told me I couldn't do this, so let's see how this goes. On C, on C, select. I don't want scenes character select because I need the bootstrap scene loaded. I need to start from the main menu, or what we do is bootstrap and character select. Okay, no angries except the existing error I need to get back to. So I'm going to host. Failed to start network object. What? Oh, I forgot to put the player object on. Fab. Hang on. Fabs. Player couch. Yes, please. Network object. I also didn't find the avatar, although we haven't really got that far yet. Lock. Ownership. Player. I don't need that. I actually don't need because it's not used. Just going to possess the ones that get spawned by the player avatar demo. Okay. Don't know why that's continuing firing, but post. Player couch. Okay. Player couch spawned. I am the owner with cloud ID 0. Duplicate. I am the owner with. Hang on. Next catch. Dex player index dot value x couch index. On value. I am the owner. I am the owner with. Right, so when I'm outputting the. Okay, that's the one I was going to go with until I realized that there is a better way to do this. So we can ignore that one. What we're looking at is I am the owner with terrible spelling. Right. If I then join the session, could get in. Got to change the lobby. That, but 30 minutes ago. Or host. P. Paste. Join. Session as client. I am the owner with ID 1. Yes! Screw you, ChatGPT. I know better. Tell me what I can and can't do. On player index changed. Right. Now, we are going to, at this point, on the player index changed. We need to, player index change shouldn't change very often. It should, what we should do is player index. Do I even need that anything? I am the owner with cloud ID player index dot value. Right. I don't think I actually. Okay. Create player avatar. When I hit possess player, when we hit possess player, I need to refine this a little, but when we hit possess player, we need to find the dot public void disable buttons. I'm going to make this just the activate button for the moment. Demo, no, it's transform, player select UI. Player select UI dot name it, put player avatar demo, player you and tech. On player panel. this triggered player select UI.possess player. Player select UI.possess player. If player avatar demo returns null, player avatar demo.possess player data. I'm never actually moving the button, right? I never actually got it to remove the button because it wasn't necessary when I was doing my first lot of testing. Okay. Right. I'm going to do that in the UI itself. And we'll worry about depossessing a player later. Right, possess player UI. Player select UI. Right, so if I do serialize field button. I don't need to remove the button. I remove the other player select UI. I do need the button. I'm getting up now. Serialize field button. Possess button. Save. Possess button. Let's pay a button. Okay. Out of prefab mode. So for each player select I in find objects by type, player select UI. If UI equals this, possess button dot set called. Hang on, we do game object dot set active false. Else UI dot game object dot set active false. Right, so remove the other UIs. Now remember, the avatar demo itself is separate from the UI. So this, when we press possess, it will remove all the ones that are not possessed by the current player. Yes! Right. You can't possess multiple players. We'll worry about serving them on network later. So player couch. Now it has an owner ID. Player select UI. We're also gonna on game start. It's on play, right? So it's session panel UI, start game. It's for each. Not that. Not that. Yankee, but it'll work. For each. Player player select Y bar no E in find. This is so find object by type. Player select Y if P dot game object dot is active active self. The local state of the game object, true if active, false if inactive. Dot active. If it's active, and it'll only be one of them, I'm going to do P dot player. Don't make the avatar demo public. We should. Public player avatar demo. Player avatar demo. Dot player avatar demo. Dot UI index. I already match player avatar demo. Public. Player demo avatar is the demo avatar. Session panel UI. Demo avatar. Dot take ownership. And we want step player network object client ID. Right. Fine. Take a couple of lines. Tidy up. Long. Client. They go out. Dot instance local. Dot own client ID. Other on demo avatar. Dot change demo Got get component network object. Got change ownership client ID. I lost a bracket. This is handled. That's handled client side, which is really bad. I need to add some validation from that. Go. Test player, host a game. I haven't implemented ready, so we're just going to rely on people. Also, the lighting's gone. Copy. Play. Table the scene load. The avatar's not spawned. Hang on. Player avatar avatar demo avatar network object no equals avatar dot get component network object dot spawn. No, it's not spawn. I just want to save it. And no dot spawn. And then no dot change ownership. Now I need to change the play button. Do additive loading. I'll need to rejig the level a bit, but let's just get it to proof of concept because I have I might be able to go 5 minutes over, but not really. Where are we? Additive loading. It's the play button, so it's the session UI, which session panel session start game. Oh, it's here. Load first level. I'm gonna move that and afterwards load first level. Let's go into what load first level does. Load new level async. Right, that should leave all the UI nonsense up. But load asynchronous. Right, let's hit go. So it should leave the player. Once I've spawned them, they'll stick around. I think they get don't destroy, unload. We'll have a look what actually exists in hierarchy in a second. I don't know why the client is just playing like random shots. Right, host. Best player. Colors change, I just need to fix the lighting. Play. I'm going to pause. Network variable is written to no, it's network behavior. Yeah. Error is just the one. Ignore that. Want it to load additively. I'm not loading from the menu. We don't have the bootstrap configured, so it's clearing everything. Scenes, main menu. Try to click start game from here. I need this to be playable. Need. Best player. Network manager. Goes to host. Play. Pause. 5 errors. What we got? Timeout while loading scene. We've got the player couch. Timeout while loading scene level 1. From level manager 189. Level manager 189. 9. Timeout equals timeout to unscale plus loading timeout. Current scene. Right, let's set the player to don't destroy unload. Don't destroy unload. No. I'm going to do what I need it to do. I need to convert it to network. Damn it. Because this is going to take possession of I'm not going to be able to finish this time. I'm going to need at least another hour. Host. I need to make you possess a player first. Might as well. I'm going to have to take another day. I might as well refine this. How have we timed out while loading? I haven't loaded a character select screen. Was player still exists? Player is under the world. Right. Project. Character select. Level 1. Everything character select. Geometry. Background mesh. Room. Geometry. Oh. Now, when I'm calling spawn, I think I actually have to specify bolts. It's actually setting the transform. Test player. Post. Go from this. Trying to. Change. Go from save that main menu. So close, I can taste it. Post. Player. Play. Notice we've got this now. That's interesting. Main camera shift. Old main camera. They probably want to start arena camera in a place, or we make the. But if I put these side by side, I can actually layer. I need to not. I did because I didn't intend to. I can do. Okay. I can play. I can play. I think another couple hours. If I wasn't finishing tonight, I'd be finishing this before I call it a day. Like if I didn't have something I have to go and do now, I would be finishing this before I call it a day because it's a couple more hours. And I'll have an actual game loop. I need to merge the pull request from Stephen, where he's put some variations of the rooms. Now he's done some more assets. I need to maneuver the rooms so they spawn around the location of the character select screen, and I need to change the method where I'm taking possession of the avatar to not be based on the start play button because that only runs on one client. It needs to when I hit that button, it needs to send the signal to the server that we want to start play. Then on the server, grant possession to all 4 players. At the moment, I only coded it as grant possession to one player. So only the person who presses next. Everything beyond that is polish, right? It's smoothing and like making the UI nicer and making the experience more consistent. Everything beyond that is polish. I might do a couple of hours on this tomorrow. Originally, I said I want to do it in like within the working week. Let's face it, when you're at crunch time, if you need a few more hours, you work the Saturday, right? Like when you've got a deadline, work the Saturday. So I'm gonna, we'll see about that because I'm gonna be out. But I think I have made some really good progress, and while I do need to make some a very small tweak where I have a very good idea on what I need to change. So let's save this to GitHub. So added player born on character screen. Let's just double check I've saved everything. I'll close. I don't need that. I'll save. I really wish I could spend a couple more, like a couple more hours. I've remade the lobby screen. I've moved from lobby to level 1, although it needs some bug fixing. This one will be trivial once I've done that. This is 99% of the way there. I've also done most of the multiple players on one PC at this point as well. One more day, I think. Anyway, so I'm going to save that there. I have to call it a day there. I'm genuinely gutted. I'm so close that I can taste it. That's it. I can't sit waffling. Okay. Next steps. When we hit the start button, it should just send an RPC to the server saying give possession to players. At that point, we have a player index for every one. My problem is that I'm not storing the player index anywhere that's on network at the moment that's easily accessible. We're just storing that on the couch, and it doesn't actually pair up because you could potentially. I want you to be able to possess more than one eventually. I set it them today to hide them. I want you to be able to possess more than one. So really, when you hit possess, it needs to store the player index in that avatar demo booth as a network variable. So I need to convert the avatar demo booth to a network object so it can store the player index, like the owner's index, on network. Then when I hit the start button, it sends the remote procedure call to the server. Server says, right, well, who has passed a network variable to me? The ones that are null, they don't have a player. The ones that are not null, we know exactly which player to give ownership. I don't even need to save it by index at that point. I might as well just send the owner ID. The player index is more to use locally if I have more than one player sitting at it. When I'm telling it ownership, I just send the player ID. So I might as well just, when somebody with a particular couch clicks on the player avatar demo, we just send the owner ID. Right, I've got to go and pick up a car. So thank you for stopping in, guys. I think maybe, I'm not sure yet whether I'm going to do this over the weekend or I'll do another day on Monday. I feel like tomorrow, I'm too excited with how close it is. I genuinely would just be like, I'm not going to bed till it's until I've got a game loop if I hadn't already made a commitment. I'm so mad. So mad. If it wasn't something that would really fuck something up, I would just call them and be like deal with it. Deal with it. But I've got commitments. I've got to deal with it. Right, I'll see you soon, guys. Thank you for watching. Appreciate you guys sticking and playing. Watch out for a build very soon. If I don't, if you don't catch the stream, I will put out a playable build, at least in the next few days, probably tomorrow. Right, guys. Bye bye.